Recording in progress.
Mayor and Council, we are live. No Jones yet. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome everyone to the May 4th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. The council did meet in closed session, and I'll let the city attorney report on that momentarily, or I'll ask the city attorney to report on that momentarily. In the meantime, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Cole?
Present.
Councilmember Hampton?
Blessed honor to be here.
Councilmember Jones is going to participate virtually and is not yet in the meeting under just cause provisions. Councilmember Lyon?
Here.
Councilmember Madison is absent but will be returning to the meeting. Councilmember Masuda?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Here.
Mayor Gordo?
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay. Mr. Cole, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please stand. Hand over heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have a couple of ceremonial matters, and we'll start with Commander Grisafi introducing our new Sergeant at Arms. But let me first say thank you to Sergeant Christian Allen, our outgoing Sergeant at Arms, for his service to the council and to the city of Pasadena in general. Commander.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, good evening. I'd like to introduce Sergeant Adam Rosen. Sergeant Rosen began his law enforcement career with the city of Montebello in 2011. And in 2015, he lateraled here to Pasadena Police Department, where he has served in a variety of assignments, including patrol, the Special Enforcement Section, SWAT, and the Special Victims Unit. He is currently assigned to the Street Crime Unit. Sergeant Rosen holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from San Diego State University. He and his wife have been together since high school and have 3 children together. He is an avid jiu-jitsu practitioner who coaches his children, and while also providing defensive tactics training to the department personnel. And with that, I'd like to introduce Sergeant Adam Rosen.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Commander Grisafi, for the introduction. I will keep this brief. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. I haven't been afforded the opportunity to attend many city council meetings, but as a city employee and a former resident of the city, I look forward to becoming more familiar with the city government and seeing how these meetings shape our government. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergeant, and we hope you have the same positive attitude when your tour of duty is over here. Okay, with that, we'll move on to a couple of ceremonial matters. And the first is to recognize a longtime PUSD teacher and also a District 5 resident, whom I happen to know well, who's retiring after 30 years of service. And that's Michael Dukin, who's dedicated more than 3 decades. Dakin, sorry, the lighting's not. Michael Dakin, I apologize, has dedicated more than 3 decades to serving students and families across Pasadena and the Los Angeles communities. He began his teaching career at Dolores Mission Alternative School in Boyle Heights, where he taught from 1991 to 1996. He then continued his work in education for 2 years at Elliott Middle School before joining Blair High School in 1998, where he continued to positively impact generations of students. Throughout his career, Michael, as a generous and open-hearted educator who consistently puts students first. Former students frequently speak about the lasting effect he had on their lives, crediting him with inspiring confidence, compassion, and a love of learning. His dedication to education and his unwavering support of young people has made him deeply respected in our community. Michael, if you'll step up here. And I just want to, again, say thank you for your service to the PUSD students, and you guys participate as a family, and thank you for your support of Michael as he's taught so many generations of students.
We do.
And if you'll indulge, one of your former students, my colleague, Lisa Barrios. Okay, that's hilarious. All right.
For those of you who may not know, Lisa Barrios is field representative to Mr. Jones, District 3. Thank you.
Yes, and if you taught her, you did an amazing job, and
Yeah.
good to Jones for picking you up after that. Anybody else you taught, let me know.
That's right. Next is a proclamation. I'll ask Lilia Lopez from our Senior Commission, Chelsea Mason, Katie Brandon, and Coco Panosian to come forward. And this is a proclamation recognizing Older Americans Month. I would like to acknowledge the contribution of older individuals that have made great contributions to our economic well-being of our nation, of our city, and beyond through their civic leadership and mentoring. Our expanding elder population, and I'm speaking about all of us here, impacts every facet of our lives, and it is important that we ensure that senior citizens in our community enjoy active, productive, and healthy lives and do so independently and safely. The city of Pasadena joins the national tradition of designating the month of May as a time to celebrate the contributions of older Americans and rededicate our efforts to better serving their needs. On behalf of the City Council, I am pleased to proclaim the month of May in the city of Pasadena as Older Americans Month, express appreciation for the continuing contributions of the city's older residents to our community, and recognize that they are, feeling more like we are, a vital and growing part of our city. Thank you. Katie?
Thank you, Mayor.
Do you want to do a picture?
With everybody.
Yes. Come on in. Some of you can, come on in.
Me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gordo and the City Council. On behalf of the Senior Commission, my name is Katie Brandon, and I'm the Executive Director of Pasadena Village, and I've been proud to serve on the Senior Commission for the last 5 years. Coincidentally, we launched Pasadena Celebrates Older Americans Month 5 years ago. And we are so excited and thrilled to have it again at Victory Park on May 20th from 10 to 1 p.m. And we hope that you will all join us, everyone, to join us in celebration of all of the contributions that older Americans make to our amazing city. On May 20th, we will have over 60 exhibitors as well as presentations throughout the day for everyone to enjoy and bring home resources that they will use in their lives. This event is only possible because of the public-private partnership where the city, the Pasadena Village, and other nonprofit organizations and businesses come together to support older Americans who reside, work, and play in our city. Support from Home Instead Pasadena, who's here with us today, UCLA Health, and Villa Gardens, who's also here with us, and other generous sponsors totals over $20,000 to cover the costs of the event, the tents and tables, the free resource bags, complimentary food and promotion, and other expenses. The businesses and organizations that support this event and who serve the older adults in our community are truly partners. And we are so grateful for their participation and support. The purpose of the Senior Commission is to advise the City Council on the needs, concerns, and quality of life for seniors. And this event is one way that we not only advise, but we share that information with everyone who needs it. We've also prepared a letter that was sent to City Council about the needs of older adults. And I just wanted to highlight the 4 themes that came up in that letter: loneliness and socialization, transportation, affordable housing, and communication. And we urge you to read the letter and take those needs into consideration in your future plans for our city. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your support of this event. And thank you to my fellow senior commissioners for everything you do to make this possible. Once again, I hope you all will join us on May 20th for Pasadena Celebrates Older Americans Month. Thank you, Mayor Gordo. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, one more proclamation. And I'll ask Melody Wu, Scott Johnson, Colin Bogart, and Andrew Cobb to join me. And this is a proclamation related to Pasadena Bike Month. We all recognize that creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve residents' health and well-being, boost community support, and improve traffic safety, reduce air pollution and street congestion. And it's an integral part of multimodal transportation, and particularly the one in Pasadena where we are highly focused on multimodal transportation, including bike safety. With the dramatic increase of electric bicycle availability and usage, bicycling is now an even more viable transportation option. So I am pleased to proclaim May 14th, 2026 as Pasadena Bike to Work Day, and the month of May 2026 in Pasadena as Pasadena Bike Month. I encourage all those interested in bicycling to participate in the event and all of the events planned, and urge all road users to safely share the road with people on bikes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having us. My name is Melody Wu, Associate Planner with Department of Transportation, joined today by Scott Johnson, Principal Planner, as well as Colin Bogart from Day One and Andrew Cobb from Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition. So May is Bike Month. It's our month-long campaign of free rides, events, and education. At its core, it's really about promoting sustainable travel, providing bike education, supporting local businesses, and also connecting people to Pasadena through its history, its public spaces, and its neighborhoods. So we're really excited this year to partner again with Day One and Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition. We'll be providing a month-long full of free guided rides for a variety of different types, from themed rides to community rides to beginner rides. So we invite everyone to join us and visit our website, bit.ly/Pasadena Bike Month, for our full events and list of schedules. And we look forward to celebrating Bike Month with you all. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And on a more somber note, we do have an adjourn in memory request from Councilmember Hampton. Mr. Hampton?
Yes, I'd like to adjourn in memory of John St. Just. He was actually one of my high school friend's fathers, but outside of being a high school friend father, he worked for Robin's Barbecue for 25 plus years. When he first came here to this country from Haiti, he didn't know how to speak English at all, so he spoke French, and he worked in a kitchen with everyone who spoke Spanish. And so it was really interesting hearing some of the stories at the funeral this past Friday from those that worked with him as he was learning English. They were learning French, and he was learning Spanish. So that he ended up working throughout Robbins, and he was affectionately known for everybody that worked at Robbins as the happiest person on earth. And I could say that and attest to it, and I think part of the reason why I went to Robbins so much is because he worked there, and I was just trying to figure out how I could get a free meal with my wife. cheap date night, and so, he worked his way up from a dishwasher to being the general manager of Robbins, and after Robbins closed, he went to work for Pie and Burger, and so he was at Pie and Burger for quite a while as well. And during his, he had a terminal illness. He died of cancer. During that time, one of the nurses actually at this past Friday's funeral mentioned the whole entire time he just kept a smile on his face. And that's what everybody knew him as a man that always kept a smile on his face. Everything that he did, every time he served someone, he served them with grace and love. And I wanted to adjourn in today's memory of him because I think that everyone, as we go throughout the day, whatever we're facing, we're all facing something that we should serve one another with love and dignity. And so I just thought today would be a great opportunity to honor Jean St. Just. And so I would ask the council to close in tonight's meeting in his memory.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Well said. And it's a reminder that everyone has a role in contributing in our city. And everyone who contributes does contribute to a better city and a great community. So thank you for bringing his contributions to the council.
And on a more, I would say, celebratory note, a District 1 resident just celebrated her 95th birthday, Alma Stokes. I think everybody here knows Alma Stokes. Her birthday was May 1st. So. Another amazing individual. Yeah.
Happy birthday to Alma Stokes.
Closed session report out.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, if you can report out on our closed session. While there's no reportable action under the law, we do report.
Yes, and before that, I think we'll have Councilmember Justin Jones report on his participation remotely and who over the age or 18 or over would be in the room with him.
Thanks, Madam City Attorney. I'm participating remotely under the Just Cause provision because I'm sick and I don't want to get anyone else sick. And there is no individuals over the age of 18 are present in the room or with me.
Thank you. And in terms of the closed session, the city council discussed items A, B, and C on the city council closed session agenda, and there is no reportable action on those sessions. Thank you.
I appreciate you staying home, brother. I don't want to be sick either.
Okay.
All right, we want to move on to public comment?
Yes, public comment for matters not on the agenda.
I believe we have 11 speaker cards, so 2 minutes?
Yes.
All right.
If you hear your name, the clerk will call out a group of names. If you hear your name, please form a line in the center aisle.
Kate E., then Brother Stephen Sidlowski, Bert Newton, Angelo Gladding, James Maddox, Samantha Lau, Madeline Ocampo, Kevin Norton, Les Hammer, Dylan Bannon, and Doneen Lawrence. Those are the names for public comment on matters not on the agenda, and so
Okay.
we'll end with Doneen
Kate.
Lawrence.
If you'll step forward, please.
I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
I look forward to it. I'm here to talk again about ethical investment and divestment. Recently, Israel's Haaretz newspaper reported on the tragic suffering in Gaza of IDF soldiers. IDF soldiers like Yuval, whose unit saw a small group of Palestinians walking in Gaza where they're supposed to walk, with no effort to determine who they were. And there are drones always. They can always determine who people are. The unit attacked. He said, "I was firing like a madman." When the unit finally arrived on scene, it was an unarmed old man and 3 boys. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. Their organs were pouring out of their bodies. An IDF soldier, an IDF commander came up, cursed at them, and spat on their bodies. Yuval, their murderer, is very traumatized. Another soldier told of an unprovoked machine gun attack on 5 unarmed Palestinians. The lone survivor was put in an outdoor cage, cuffed, blindfolded, and freezing. She says one soldier unzipped and started urinating on him. We couldn't stop laughing. She is very traumatized now. Another watched an interrogator attach cable ties to the penis and testicles of a forcibly stripped detainee. When he didn't answer his interrogator's questions fast enough, the interrogator yanked the cables tighter and tighter. There was crazy yelling, he said, as if his soul were leaving his body. This poor soldier is very traumatized. All of this admitted on the record, not one word of compassion for their victims. Now in Lebanon, these same people are killing families, journalists, children, all because American politicians, like all of you guys, will not say enough.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Brother Stephen Sidlowski.
Beloved Pasadena Mayor, City Council, and citizens, I'm delighted to be speaking before your City Council for the first time. I've been longing to do it for several years. Today I've fulfilled my desire in person. Today is equally special because it happens to be my deceased mother's day of birth, May 4th, so it's very special. My mother was a traditional stay-at-home mom who ensured that the house was in great order, even with our children's help. I am in Pasadena to help all of you put your city back in order, especially with family values. I am providing you a new Pasadena preborn personhood resolution for your review and future confirmation votes. I will email you a letter from a past Rose Bowl champion player who played for Michigan and won the Rose Bowl, who supports my efforts at your city council. Family values are the proper character of Pasadena, the Rose Bowl city. Clearly, equality begins in the womb. Fatherhood, motherhood, childhood, and preborn personhood can now be reestablished with the U.S. Supreme Court's June 2022 Dobbs decision. Pasadena citizens again have a voice for family values. How many more seconds do I have?
30 seconds.
Well, then let me just close with a song. Let the beating hearts, let the beating hearts show you there is life in the womb. Equality begins in the womb. Beloved Mayor and Council, move in this new direction of becoming a new USA preborn personhood city. Thank you for your great love of the sanctity of life.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Bert Newton, followed by Angelo Gladding, then James Maddox.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Welcome.
First, I want to clarify that Pasadena for Palestine supports the proposal by Councilmember Rivas to strengthen the ethical investment policy, which will be discussed next week. And we also appreciate that Councilmember Hampton proposed a similar idea months ago. We also especially want to thank Councilmember Cole for stating publicly that what Israel is doing in Palestine and what the U.S. is supporting is a genocide, because that's really the point. We want our city to take a stand against genocide. The city consistently and rightly names the Armenian genocide, which happened 100 years ago, but standing against a genocide while it is happening is much more urgent. If you still doubt that it's a genocide, the International Association of Genocide Scholars has said it's a genocide. All the human rights groups, including ones in Israel, have said it's a genocide. Even J Street, a self-identified Zionist organization, now says it's a genocide. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, has said it's a genocide. The UN Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, has spoken out forcefully and repeatedly saying it's a genocide. The UN-backed International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. What are we waiting for? I've had productive conversations with most of you about many things. I know that you are highly intelligent, concerned, and informed people. I just don't get the hesitance. The U.S. is involved in a genocide right now. Let's take a stand against it.
Next speaker.
Angelo.
Welcome, sir.
Council, I heard about the goats last year. I went and looked. I spoke to Capra Environmental, Jose Morales, Mel Alonso, Daniel Rossman of the Arroyo One Foundation, someone from fire. I believe it was the fire chief. It's all flooding back as I speak with them again. I told them then what a terrible idea it was and why, and that it would be a catastrophe. Nobody understood the full picture at all. I deeply regret not having been here when it came to council. I look back, the agenda report states terrain, mixed slopes, open grassland, vegetation, non-native grasses, invasive shrubs, and some woody vegetation. The native shrubs, elderberry, coffeeberry, toyon, and poison oak everywhere, with burrows beneath every single one. You can see for yourself. Go take a walk. This opportunistic misclassification is a recurring theme. Capra said, not my responsibility to check the biology. They said nothing was designated to be protected in all of the 100 acres of goat grazing. I sent you all a letter on day one to stop it. Daniel and Fire did not get back to me. The others don't recall having spoken with me. Councilmember Hampton went on Instagram to give a puff piece. The greenwashing on display is historic. They are decimating everything 8 feet and under. Easily 90% of our fauna exist on the floor of this ecosystem. The flora that provides ground cover for this fauna is gone, leaving them open to predation and the elements and without their food supply. The stress to this old growth ecosystem is undeniable. Am I over?
30 seconds.
The balance is destroyed. Nobody has a clue. Nobody did then, and nothing has changed. Neither Mel nor Jose were able to describe the life cycles of the invasives being targeted. The natives will expend reserves to sprout back new growth, sure, but it'll be secondary growth that will be particularly susceptible to fire. The invasives will come back with a vengeance. If this is repeated one more time, it'll send the system into steep decline. Stop the goat grazing. The Arroyo Seco Water Reuse Project, I need my public records. It's been 4 months.
Thank you, sir.
James Maddox, followed by Samantha Lau, Madeline Ocampo, Kevin Norton, Les Hammer, Dylan Bannon, and Yadi.
Mr. Maddox, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm troubled. I am really troubled about what went on with the choosing of the city manager Couple of questions for you. One, how much did we pay the executive search firm, AKA the headhunters? Are we going to get our money back for the unsuccessful search? Are you going to retain the same executive search firm? Did the search firm vet all of the candidates? How did the executive search firm, not know that the candidate was using the city of Pasadena as the city of Pasadena process to get more money from the city of Riverside? Any of us who have used headhunters? No, that's how you use them. And then the last is an observation. As you know, the city council meetings are public. Any potential candidate will probably watch some or all of the city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Samantha Lau.
Ms. Lau, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff of Pasadena. Thank you, Council Member Cole, for inviting us to come speak this issue from the last issue forum that you hosted 2 weeks ago about sustainability in Pasadena. My name is Samantha Lau, and I am a city campaigner and U.S. liaison for Plant-Based Treaty. We are a nonprofit global initiative, all grassroots, to fight climate change and to protect the environment by centering the food system. Let me start by saying thank you and commending the city of Pasadena for your leadership in a progressive net zero plan by 2030. Also, a climate action plan targeting an 83% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050. These initiatives show real leadership in taking action to protect the health and well-being of the community that we live in, and Plant-Based Treaty is definitely mission aligned in protecting the planet. We're here to support the city of Pasadena in reaching your net zero and climate goals. Currently, animal agriculture takes up 83% of all farmland use and only provides 37% of global protein and 18% of global calories. Also, it is the cause of over 70% of deforestation. We have partnered with 70 cities globally and locally here in this area with City of Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and Culver City. As a matter of fact, we just hosted an impactful event called Food Day Festival in the city of West Hollywood, where we had over 2,500 attendees, and our vendors sold over 1,350 plant-based meals. Let me give you an idea of how impactful from a public event it would be for plant-based food. It takes 660 gallons of water to make one burger patty. At a recent event, Earth Day event, we served over 200 Impossible burritos instead of beef burgers. Not only was it delicious and inclusive, it was saved over 120,000 gallons of water in just one lunch at one event. We took collective climate action, and that's something the community can all share and be proud of. So Plant-Based Treaty has a very successful public information campaign, and we would love to partner. We would love to partner with the city of Pasadena. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Madeline Ocampo.
Hello, good evening. My name is Madeline. I'm a utilities engineer from Monterey Park, and I'm a volunteer with Plant-Based Treaty Los Angeles. I want to encourage Pasadena to endorse the Plant-Based Treaty as a city because it would strengthen your commitment to sustainability. Volunteering with Plant-Based Treaty has opened my eyes to the heavy environmental cost of animal agriculture. A 2023 article in The Guardian discussed a detailed analysis that found that plant-based diets lead to 75% less climate heating emissions, water pollution, and land use than meat-rich diets. Plant-based diets also cut the destruction of wildlife by 66% and water use by 54%, the study found. As a specific example, like my friend mentioned about the water use, so 1 pound of beef takes over 1,800 gallons of water to produce. So evidently, expanding plant-based options and making it accessible will be key for fighting climate change. In addition, it could be much healthier for the public, given that it encourages consumption of more fruits, veggies, and whole grain foods. In April, I attended a community forum hosted by Pasadena City Council member Rick Cole with a panel of local leaders in sustainability, and it was impressive to see how Pasadena is taking initiative on this front. On that note, Pasadena can lead by example and strengthen its commitment to sustainability by endorsing the Plant-Based Treaty. Neighboring cities such as West Hollywood and Culver City have endorsed, making it a total of 70 cities worldwide. It would be great to see Pasadena join this movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norton, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Norton. I represent IBW Local 18, the Electrical Workers Union. I want to thank the council and specifically Mayor Gordo for inviting the unions of the city to have a dialogue on the budget from the perspective of the people that work for the city and identifying areas where they potentially could save a lot of money. I'm a journeyman electrician by trade, 39 years in the industry. I have journeyman electrician licenses in 3 states, and I have certifications in electrical vehicle infrastructure training program and in solar installation. The IBW is the largest electrical workers union in America. No organization advocates more robustly for clean energy. However, when we reviewed the budget, our members identified 2 areas where a shift in strategy could save PWP and the city significant money. First, heavy fleet procurement. The consensus of our utility crews and equipment mechanics is clear. Large electric vehicles like bucket trucks currently cost twice as much as internal combustion models while offering half the performance. These vehicles have smaller payloads and long procurement delays. Crucially, in a storm or wildfire when power is out, a crew works on these vehicles for 16 hours, and the vehicles are used 24 hours a day in grueling conditions. The equipment needs to meet that demand, and you can't plug it in when the power's off. So when people are fighting wildfires, this is critical. So by waiting for technology to mature, the city can save millions and ensure our crews have the most reliable tools when the public needs them most. The step van, $438,000 for one. And secondly, the accelerated carbon-free timeline. Pasadena's goal to beat the state mandate by 15 years is commendable, but given the current financial uncertainty, we should reconsider the pace. Pushing too fast leads to an early adopter tax. So we've seen the cost of moving too quickly. The city purchased car charging stations from a company that went out of business, leaving us with no warranties. Half the chargers don't work.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hammer?
Les Hammer, Pasadena. Your Panamanian hero, Isaac Villegas Molina, committed the crime of illegal entry when he barged into this country without papers or overstayed his visa. I have said repeatedly that illegal immigration is not a civil offense. The Supreme Court ruled in the 1982 case, INS versus Lopez Mendoza, that illegal immigration is a crime. Remaining in the country illegally is a continuing crime. And I defy Victor Gordo, who is an attorney, or any attorney, to come up with any Supreme Court case after 1982 that reverses INS versus Lopez Mendoza. Did Mr. Molina respect other laws? No. He committed fraud and forgery. Grounds for removal, crimes of moral turpitude, that is, that are grounds for removal. Another offense was for drunk driving. Molina endangered the lives of innocent people of driving while intoxicated. Well, Isaac Villegas Molina is back with his family, but sanctuary city policies in Pasadena generally protect illegal immigrants from deportation without a time-consuming judicial warrant. The progressive premise is equity. As California Post columnist Andrew Arthur explained, if a citizen and an immigrant are arrested and convicted for the same offense, the punishment is the same. But if the immigrant faces deportation, equity requires that he not be deported to avoid an inequitable outcome. Get it? The sanctuary city game, maybe sanctuary city racket is a better word, is all about equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Next speaker.
Dylan Bannon, followed by Yadi.
Mr. Bannon, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm here to express support for the ethical investment resolution that'll come up. And I actually have been part of this campaign for quite a while now. And I was actually, just want to give you an anecdote. I was at the flea market yesterday. I was collecting signatures for a petition we have that you'll all see soon, I think. And I've done this before, and I was very surprised at how receptive people were. In fact, there were multiple times, my whole pitch was I stood by the sidewalk and I said, Pasadena for Palestine, we'd like the city to divest from the genocide in Gaza. And I wouldn't even get the word Gaza out sometimes. I would say genocide, and people would turn. They wouldn't even look at me in the face. They would look, they'd see the clipboard, they would take the pen out of my hand, they would write their name down and not even engage. Like, that's the level of strong emotion that surrounds this issue for a lot of people. So I just want to say, if any of you are unsure about how you feel about the ethical investment resolution or the idea of adding an amendment to mention Palestine explicitly, which is something I'd very much like to see, if you're unsure how you feel about that, I'd say take the next week and just kind of read the room in your district. Ask people at the gym, ask people if you go out, ask your constituents. If you really don't know what to do, just ask everybody else. And I actually feel quite confident about what they'll say, but you see for yourself. I was out there for a little less than 2 hours, and I got almost 60 signatures. So that's one signature every 2 minutes. It was me. I was dressed just like this. It was a rainy day even. So anyways, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I was just told that Yadi is withdrawing her card, so that completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Thank you. If Mr. Norton raised the issue of the car chargers and the investment made by the city with those car chargers and the fact that the company may have gone or is no longer in business, and I think he said half the car chargers are not working. I'd like maybe as part of the CIP presentation, ask staff to talk to us about that. And so when that comes forward, I'd like to understand better what's going on with the car chargers. Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll move to the consent calendar.
Mayor, we have speaker cards on 1, 5, and 7. There's also correspondence that we received for items 2, 5, 7, and 8 that were distributed to the council, posted online, are part of the record for those items. And item number 4 is also removed from the agenda and will be brought back at a future meeting.
Thank you. So I'll entertain a sweet motion on the remainder of the consent calendar with the exception of
1, 4, 5, and 7.
Thank you.
Shouldn't we maybe just hear the public comment first and then?
I'm sorry?
Should we just hear the public comment first and then do a sweep if we decide to? Is that?
Well, we're holding the ones with comments.
Which is pretty much everything.
Okay, I mean, we could do it that way.
Okay, well, let's turn to public comment.
Okay, for item 1 and 5, Yadi. For item 5 and 7, Humera. And then the remaining is, I think for 7, Jose Camacho, Mark Sutton, Alan Edson, Silvana Ortiz, Pat Amsbury, Shemaiah Harvey, Pastor Kerwin Manning, Heavenly Hughes. So that's that one. Go ahead. And you have 2 minutes for your public comment on consent. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I support item 1, definitely, especially after what happened last year. And on 5, I'm not talking about the issue for that agenda item specifically, but I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware that that item was not discussed at Public Safety Committee because the last PSC meeting was canceled. And so I think it really deprives the public about engaging on this on the committee level. And, the Public Safety Committee meeting prior to that was concluded before we had a chance to get through all those items. And then just to remind the council that last year we canceled a lot of public safety meetings. So it's not, I'll say that when I first spoke at City Council, my very first time I came to speak was at a Public Safety Committee meeting several years ago. And that meeting too was canceled. And that was a different committee compilation, so I'm not saying that it's something to do with this specific committee or that, but it does seem that there is a lot of work cut out for you, and that maybe explore something that can be done at the, just a higher level of how government operates, so that there is opportunity for folks to engage on these items and have an opportunity to discuss before it comes to full council on a consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yadi.
Humera, for items 5 and 7, 2 minutes, go ahead.
Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, item 7, that was the Ricky Pickens contract. I'm concerned about the lack of public engagement on this, and like Yadi was saying, it came to the public safety agenda several times, but was never actually covered because meetings were canceled. And I know you did, the Public Safety Committee did receive multiple letters on that, some of them signed by multiple organizations. So I would ask that you delay until there's an opportunity for discussion and meaningful engagement on that contract. The other one is item 5, the contract for nearly $1 million with Carasoft Technology. Carasoft is problematic because it makes millions of dollars by selling surveillance technology to the Department of Homeland Security that is used to survey, track, and hunt down immigrants right here in the United States. Approving this contract would be a blatant violation of the spirit of the resolution supporting immigrants that Council passed unanimously just a few months ago. A little bit about the companies, the kinds of technology that it sells. One example is Signal. This is one of ICE's social media and surveillance tools. Signal uses artificial intelligence to generate leads and identify threats from vast quantities of online data. Under Trump 2.0, the federal government has made AI-driven social media surveillance a central part of its strategy for ICE activities. Another problematic technology that it sells is Celebrite, which they essentially use to hack your phone, search all the contents on your phone without a warrant. There were multiple other vendors. Unlike the Motorola contract, which I was very pleasantly surprised that you delayed that, there were 14 other vendors. One of them, Bulletproof, does not have the DHS ties and also ranked exceptionally high. I would ask that you please pick a vendor that does not make
Thank you.
money from selling surveillance technology to ICE.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jose Camacho, followed by Mark Sutton, and then Alan Edson, then Silvana Ortiz, Pat Amsbury, Shemaya Harvey, Pastor Kerwin Manning, and then Heavenly Hughes.
If you've heard your name, please step forward.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Jose Camacho, and I'm going to choose to yield my comment.
Are you here in support, sir? Are you here in support of that?
Govis team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutton?
Yes, my name is Mark Sutton. I yield my comment. I'm in support of the Govis team.
Thank you. Alan Edson?
Mr. Edson?
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor Gordo and honorable council members. Do I just get to say I support, or do I get to say some words?
Yes, you get to say that.
But I want to say
that works.
My name is Alan Edson, and I am the former president of the Pasadena branch of the NAACP. In 2020, our city was in crisis. Shootings in Pasadena increased by 59%. Lives were being lost, families were being devastated, and the community was demanding action. Not theories, not studies, action. At that time, I worked directly with Mark Sutton, chair of the NAACP Criminal Justice Committee, and we sat down with City Manager Steve Mermel and Police Chief John Perez. We didn't come with complaints, we came with solutions. One of those solutions was to bring in someone who understood the root of gang violence, not from a distance, but from lived on-the-ground experience. That person was Ricky Pickens, Jr. And let's be clear about what happened next. From the moment that contract was executed in December of 2020, we saw immediate results. By April 2021, violent crime dropped 26%, and today Pasadena has seen an 82% reduction in violence. That is not a coincidence. That is not luck. That is strategy, execution, and trust built in the community. And I need to say this plainly. The single biggest driver of gang violence is retaliation. Retaliation fuels the cycle. If you do not interrupt retaliation, you do not stop the violence. That tells me that, and I have listened carefully, and I have not heard competing proposals even seriously addressing
Mr. Edson, your
retaliation.
time has expired.
That tells me that they do not fully understand the problem that they are claiming to solve.
Mr. Edson?
I strongly urge you to approve this agreement and continue the work that has already made Pasadena safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for your service at the NAACP.
Silvana Ortiz, followed by Pat Amsbury, then Shemaya Harvey, then Pastor Kerwin Manning.
Ms. Ortiz, welcome.
Sorry, I'm
Well-
here in support of Govis, and I yielding my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Amsbury?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Hawksworth. My name is Pat Amsbury. I'm a proud resident of District 5 in Northwest Pasadena for the last 24 years, and I'm here in support of Govis. I've known them to be a wonderful organization that have made a major impact in reducing violence in our neighborhood, and I hope that the council agrees with me and the others that speak. I do know Mark Sutton very well. I support his organization financially and with my time, and they have a hearts of gold and care deeply about this community. And as Mr. Edson spoke about, they've made a tremendous difference in reducing gang violence and violence in our community. And I hope that you will agree and continue to support those efforts to keep our community safe. And thank you, sir, too, for keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Shemaya Harvey, Pastor Kerwin Manning, and then Heavenly Hughes.
Ms. Harvey?
Hello, I'm here to speak about the Govis team, assisting my specialty at Latoya, which with my son who was attending Elliott, who has been having problems with bullying and harassment at the school. Latoya has accomplished me with working with him at the school with the teachers, principals, and assisting them with the Govis program, with a free program at the school district, and support needed in the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Manning.
Peace can be very elusive. Peace can be very elusive. I'm here because I've had the honor of pastoring this community for over 25 years now. The 178,895 residents of our beloved Dena. And I'm here also to stand in support of the gang outreach and violence interruption services under the leadership of Mr. Ricky Pickens, my dear brother, and his very capable team. I am not new to this game, but I'm true to this game. Over my tenure, I've had the opportunity of being a first responder to several shootings and acts of violence that's shaken our community. Along with the Ministry of Presence, I've had the honor of officiating and eulogizing more community members that I can count. Cried with mothers, comforted children of the slain, reassured our community that over and over again that things will get better, and they have. I've also had the joy of seeing you, our council, and our city take measures to change the outcomes, to address the violence, to intervene and interrupt the systemic cycle of violence that breeds fear. One of the most promising programs in all of my 25 years has been the gang outreach and violence interruption services. I pray that you continue to fund and retain the services of this group. They are making a difference in the streets, on the front lines. We all know how quickly these esteemed halls fill up with frustrated, angry, disenfranchised residents. But it's usually after something terrible has happened. These occurrences have decreased tremendously, and I suggest to you that it is because of the work that is being done by this team every single day in a proactive, redemptive way. Let's continue to do what the Holy Bible encourages us to do. Seek peace and pursue it. God bless you.
Thank you. Pastor?
June Carr, followed by Heavenly Hughes.
Ms. Carr?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is June Carr, and my family, Seaborn Carr, came over here and he helped establish Scott Methodist Church. Unfortunately, I was a victim of gang violence. I was shot 6 times. And now my daughter, she was there when I was shot. She helped me make it through. And I want to say, I still have a bullet in my leg. I have hardware as a memorial that gang violence is not discriminating against any one person. But I want to say that my daughter, LaToya Carr Patillo, is part of the GOVIS team, and I seen a drop in the violence in Pasadena, and I just would hope that you allow this team to continue the work that they have been doing. They do go out in the community and they engage themselves, and they are personal people with the community. So that makes a big difference in whether that people would accept their help. People want to know who's helping me. And I think it's very important that we allow the people from this community to do the work that they're doing and making a big difference in the lives of some of these young people that they're assisting to come out of gang violence and to give them hope for a future in something positive. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Carr.
you. And the last speaker for this item is Heavenly Hughes.
Ms. Hughes, welcome.
She's coming in virtually. Go ahead.
Ms. Hughes?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
got you now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Victor Gordos and City Council members. I give my regards to those who just shared who have been impacted by gun violence, community violence in our community. Also, those who've been impacted by police violence, which is also something that must be addressed. As I'm listening to many of the speakers tonight, I hear a lot of one-sidedness when it comes to how ending gun violence really happens. It can't just be one side, because there has to be a rivalry. There has to be someone that they're fighting with, so to speak. So I hear a lot from Pasadena about how gun violence has been lowered in Pasadena. There are many organizations that contribute to that happening. It has not been one organization or one entity that has made that happen. It had to be several boots on the ground organization to stop violence, both in Pasadena, Altadena, and surrounding areas. So please keep that in mind when we're talking about how to address that. Yes, gun violence has went down both in Altadena and Pasadena due to a collective of support to make that happen. Now it is time for programs. It is time for us to put programs into be implemented into our community so that our community members can have a transformation from the core of how to show up into our community as assets. There are many organizations showing that through programs, how tribe members are now assets in the community, serving the community even this day when it comes to after the fire, the recovery. There is examples in data showing tribe members who are open and willing to show how they have transformed how they show up in the community. That's what we need, is programs that assist transformation in the mindset.
Heavenly, your time has expired.
So that's why we're asking you all to please pause and let's put in programs into our communities that help bring transformation.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. That completes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Hampton's in the queue.
Oh, Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Lyon.
Councilmember Lyon could go first.
Oh, Mr. Lyon?
Thank you. On item 5, just a quick question on that. Did it go to a committee?
No, because it was just a contract award and there was no budgetary action, and it's for IT security services. This would be a normal item that would just come straight to consent.
And what does our timeline look like on that?
I'd have to ask the
We
staff.
don't want a gap in service, obviously, but.
Right, correct. Ask somebody on the team to come in.
Mr. Leclerc, welcome.
Hi, Philip Leclerc, just answering this on behalf of IT. The timeframe of this, it's partially grant funded, and it has to be in place and operational for the grant to be used before the end of this calendar year.
Before the end of the calendar year.
That's correct.
Okay. This is one I'd like to send to Ed Tech to talk about other options and how we score and whether we want to score a different way and what their contract with DHS looks like and all that. If there's time for that discussion, that would be my preference on this one.
So I'd accept that motion if you want to table item number 5 and bring it to Ed Tech if there's time to have the discussion.
If it would be useful just to know about this particular vendor of Carasoft, while it does have a business with Department of Homeland Security and other functions in the federal government, they are primarily a reseller of technology. They're not a creator. They resell other companies' products and services, which is a little bit different than some of the other companies that we have talked about at council. So if that's helpful in moving this forward, and if not, we can definitely come back to Ed Tech and discuss.
Who's the company behind them for the cybersecurity technology?
The company is called Quasar, I believe it's called.
Okay. All right.
Do you still want to have this discussion at Ed Tech?
Yeah, it would be my preference to look at it if we have the time. I don't think it's going to be a terribly detailed discussion there, but it would be worth talking about the ties there, especially in light of the resolution we just adopted to try to reduce our business with companies that are doing business. I mean, that's easier said than done, but companies that are doing business with DHS, we want to know the nature of their business with them, and so it's worth looking at.
What's the lead-up time needed for implementation? One thing is when we approve, the other is how much time does IT need to actually implement once we have approval?
I believe a few months' time. So there is some time to take a look at this from an alternative perspective and take guidance from the council.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Clear.
I was also just going to comment on the next couple agenda items for a lot of the committees, just with budget heavy. We'll do our best to bring it back as soon as we can.
Well, that's what I was thinking ahead to that, but if it's the end of the summer and we're looking at it in August, that's still going to work for your timeline and, right, the end of the calendar year?
I believe so. I could call upon our security officer, who may know more about the timeline, who's in the back, if you want a moment.
And I assume we have another cybersecurity tool in place in the interim, right?
This is a new product that would be coming in as a part of our security portfolio in ensuring and improving our security resilience. One of the particular things about this particular service, it's one of those that is a part of our cybersecurity insurance provisions that is an expectation that us as well as a lot of institutions are moving forward with this type of technology. So it's something
I don't think there's going to be any question that we want the technology. It's more looking at whether we want to rethink the scoring or not, or whether that's even possible. That's all part of the discussion we should have there.
By prolonging this, will this hinder any of your performance as far as cybersecurity or?
Nothing directly that I could particularly point to. The only thing about any of the cybersecurity products that we do implement and enhance over the years is that every new thing that we do put in gets us more and more secure and trying to stay ahead of all of the bad actors that are out there in the world who are constantly trying to infect or try to expose systems and data in any way. This is another one of those tools that help us fight against those other bad actors that are out there that we hear about in the press all the time. So the sooner the better that we have these kinds of products in, and we've been waiting since last year because of our the grant funds to be able to move forward. So we are excited about moving as forward as possible, but we will take council's direction.
Well, ideally, what was your timeline in your department to have this? For example, if this was to pass today, how long would it take for you to implement?
I believe in the report, I'm trying to remember, was a few months' time to kick off and get it off the ground. So that's why I believe that a few months' delay is not going to be a large issue. We just have to get it done from grant perspectives by the end of the year.
I just want to make sure, ultimately our data is also secure as well. So I appreciate your response. I'm happy to hold this item until we have that further discussion at EdTech.
Well, the one caveat is.
Well, I'd be supportive of it,
Yeah.
is what I meant to say.
It concerns me when we say, we adjust the scoring, because that leads,
I think this is all the conversation we need to have. That's the whole
Yeah.
point of kicking it to a committee. is
Right,
Can,
but-
can we even do that? Is that consistent
Right,
with our
right,
policy?
that-
All of that is the discussion we
that-
can have there.
yeah, but I would caution us about that because, once we've gone through the bidding process, it may require that we reopen the bidding. And so let's send it to EdTech sooner rather than later, maybe in advance of the discussions on the budget, or concurrent with. Okay.
And then, not to belabor the meeting this evening, but item number 7, the GoVis team. And to the public commenters that did speak, as far as it goes for programs and initiatives, item number 4, which was pulled today, was going to be one of those initiatives to actually help employ young people throughout the summer months. But it will come back to us, just so that anyone have some interest in that that item. And I do agree that from public safety standpoint, we should look at what initiatives that we could help supplement the GoVis team with, for this fiscal year as part of our discussion. So I would ask the chair of public safety to put that on the agenda. And then for the actual team, I was looking at their contract, and when it originally came to us, I had requested there be dollars set aside for professional development and training, and also for them to be able to take their team to different conferences. And so I don't want to slow this down because I know this is very time sensitive, and so I'd support moving this forward. But I would like to see if throughout our budget discussions, if there's a extra, maybe talking to Ricky and his team, what their needs may be for professional development and training dollars to be able to send some of their team members out to some of the different conferences as it relates to gang violence. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to sweep motion for all items except item number 5, which will be coming to
Item 4
EdTech.
and 5.
So item number 4 and 5 will come to EdTech? 4 was,
4 is just being removed.
Was
Item
removed.
5 is sent to EdTech.
okay, so just item 5 coming to EdTech, right?
Right, but 4 is being removed from the sweep motion.
Yes, 4 is being removed, yes. 4 and 5 are being removed from the sweep motion, 5 to come to EdTech.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. And I think we also have to keep in mind that, the city also partners with other organizations, including Pasadena City College, to involve people with different services. As an example, PCC recently moved forward with one of with an effort to create a job training program, education and job training program at PCC. That program will work with labor, with different organizations in order to prepare people for jobs. And I think that goes hand in hand with the work that GoVis is doing. And I would encourage Ricky and the GoVis team to connect with PCC. The effort will also produce a new building that will provide training efforts. Many of us have gone on trips to different parts of the country, the state and the country, to visit similar programs. And Dr. Gomez at PCC and his team have done tremendous work to move that effort forward. So again, I would encourage the GoVis team to link up with PCC and that effort.
I appreciate that reminder, and then also that as we're talking about, you know, jobs and other initiatives that we're putting forth. We also retained Ron Matthews, who's in the back of the room today, so I had opportunity to see him, and I was like, oh, you know what? You got to throw him in there as well as someone who's been doing a lot of great work with a local hire, especially around our library, and I'm hoping that we would get some numbers back on that soon, too.
I'll reach out to Ron and Ricky and connect them with the PCC team as well. I'm very excited about that effort, and we'll all have an opportunity to break ground on that building in the near future. The governor's made a tremendous commitment to that effort. Okay.
We have a motion and a second. We have to do roll call. Okay, Mayor?
Yes.
Motion is to approve the consent calendar except for item 4, which is held for a future meeting, and item 5, which was referred to the EdTech Committee for further review and discussion. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Masson?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Yes. Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. That brings us to
Item 11, which is a continuation of the CIP budget.
Okay.
And I would just report out correspondence received before we turn it over to DOT. There were 13 letters advocating for the city council to fully fund the city's optimized strategic plan to transition to carbon-free electric power by 2030. 2 letters in support of keeping the artificial turf at Villa Park and/or support of artificial turf in the city with approved regulations. 7 letters advocating for the city council to approve additional funding for the citywide street resurfacing budget, upgrade to fire facilities, solar and batteries, and/or economic development in the corridors. And 2 letters expressing opposition to artificial turf at city parks, with all the comments provided to the city council, posted online, and part of the record for this public hearing. And that goes along with the correspondence received on March 9th and April 13th.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hawksworth to introduce
Actually,
the item.
Mayor, perhaps I would now read the script.
Yes, please.
So, Mayor, members of the council,
You're
members
on.
of the public, the staff report here and presentation of this agenda item will be divided into several sections. First, staff will provide a presentation on the city's CIP budget. Following that presentation, and after answering any questions of the city council, we will take public testimony on this public hearing. After the presentation and public comment, city staff will seek council's approval of the CIP budget by way of segments. In order to ensure that city council members do not participate in making a decision for which they have potential conflicts, we have identified certain discrete components of the CIP budget that require recusal by a few members of the city council. We have broken those down into 4 segments and will proceed through the adoption process in compliance with the segmentation rules provided by the FPPC. This process allows for the individual components of the CIP budget to be broken down into separate decisions that are not, and these are the words of the FPPC, inextricably interrelated to the decision in which the official may have a disqualifying interest. That way, a final decision can be reached without the disqualified official's participation in any way on each segment. In compliance with the rules and decisions of the FPPC, that's the Fair Political Practices Commission, the recusal segments that city staff and the city attorney have identified are defined and labeled as followed. So what I will do is briefly, well, fairly briefly, read the recusal segments and indicate which members of the council will be recusing themselves from participation. So I will go through all of those, and then at the time that we get to those segments, the affected members will announce their recusal. I will have already announced the basis. They will leave the room. That vote will take place, and then they can return, and we will move to the next one. But all council members can stay in the room as we go through the initial presentation, et cetera. The city clerk has also come up with a random selection process, an order which is also required by the FPPC. Recusal Segment 1 involves Mayor Gordo. Segment 1 involves the Raymond Avenue Electrical System undergrounding, Maple Street to North City Limits Project, that's 3214, Pasadena Bicycle Program FY 2026-2030, number 75919, Lake Avenue Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Enhancements from Mountain Street to Maple Street, that's number 75105, the Greenway Bike Boulevard Implementation, Project 75126, El Molino Quick Build Greenway Demonstration Project, 75929, Mobility Hubs and First Last Mile Improvements, Project 75926, Brenner Park Playground Improvements, Project 78200, installation of shade structures at citywide parks, athletic field seating areas, and Sunset Reservoir improvements, number 1075. Mayor Gordo will be recusing himself from this component of the city's CIP budget because he owns rental properties close to the project sites, including 414 North Raymond Avenue, 72 West Mountain, 301 North Lake, and his personal residence.
He needs to recuse himself from the whole meeting.
It'd be easier to read the ones he can vote on.
I don't own 301 North Lake. I'd like to, but
That'd be
I don't.
nice. Yeah, if you did.
So we will correct that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I move we nationalize it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, recusal segment number 2 involves Mayor Gordo and Councilmember Jones. That segment involves the Citywide Complete Streets Project, 75105. Mayor Gordo and Councilmember Jones will be recusing themselves from this component of the budget because they own property close to the project site. Mayor, do you own 255 Plymouth Drive? Okay. The mayor owns that rental property and Councilmember Jones owns a rental property at 35 El Nido. Recusal segment 3 involves Councilmember Jones. Segment 3 involves the Lamanda Park Specific Plan Streetscapes and Median Island Concept Study Project. Councilmember Jones will be recusing himself from this component of the city CIP budget because he owns property at 35 El Nido. Recusal segment number 4 involves Vice Mayor Rivas. Segment 4 involves the Mountain Street Electrical System undergrounding, Lake Avenue to Hill Avenue project, that's 3213. Vice Mayor Rivas will be recusing herself from this component of the city CIP because she owns property close to the project site, including her personal residence and a rental property at 981 North Hudson Avenue. The last segment will contain all other portions of the CIP budget not already discussed. No council members are required to recuse themselves from participating in the adoption of the final segment. So after staff's presentation, the mayor will open the public hearing, receive public comment, and after closing the public comment portion of the hearing, the council will proceed through the segments with the affected council member announcing their recusal from the discussion and consideration of that segment and leaving the room during this discussion and consideration and then return. As I mentioned, the order of the segments will be acted on. That determination was made by random selection by the city clerk. And regardless of which segment will be acted upon first, all council members with conflicts in any segment will recuse themselves until the respective segment for which the council member was recused has been acted upon. After discussion on that segment and before proceeding to the next segment, the mayor or vice mayor, if the mayor is absent because of recusal, will entertain council deliberation and a motion with respect to that segment. As each segment is acted upon, the council member who was recused can re-enter the room and participate in the discussion and decision on the remaining segments. Once the segments are addressed separately, the mayor will then move to the final segment, which is the rest of the city's CIP budget. The full council will be permitted to discuss, consider, or act on the final segment. And if that final decision is not made today, if it's continued, then those announcements will be made whenever the matter is acted on. We're available to answer any questions, and the random order that was selected will be segment 3, followed by segment 4, then followed by segment 1, and then 2, ending with the 5th and final segment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Now that we're all clear, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hawksworth, who will introduce the matter. Mr. Hawksworth?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Our Department of Transportation Director, Joaquin Siquez, gave his presentation at the last meeting, but I believe he had some follow-up questions he was going to respond to, and then we will take it on from there.
Okay. Mr. Siquez, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of City Council. As Interim City Manager Hawksworth had noted, following the presentation, there was one question that I wanted to clarify in my response from the prior meeting that we had on this subject. And that was a question that was raised by Councilmember Cole regarding 3 projects that were identified as new projects without new appropriations within the book. And those are the Rose Bowl Multimodal Olympic Route, the pedestrian hybrid beacon at Lake Avenue in Elizabeth, and the pedestrian hybrid beacon at Lincoln Avenue and Tulin Place. And the reason that these are identified as new projects, even though we have funding for these, is because the grants for these projects were pursued at a time when these projects are currently under other umbrella projects, the First Last Mile project and the Hawk at Various Locations project. So when City Council accepted the funding, part of council action for these grant funds, we had placed that funding in the umbrella projects, and as we separate out these projects into new projects in order to be able to better track and manage the grant funds, we create new projects, which in turn go to Planning Commission for the finding of consistency with the general plan. So that was intended to clarify why those projects are there without new appropriations as new projects. And I am available for any other questions on the transportation and parking section.
Mayor, I would just make an announcement to the audience. If you're here to speak on the CIP budget and you haven't already turned in your speaker card, now is the time to do that. So there are speaker cards over at the table there, and if you fill it out, you can hand it in to the Sergeant at Arms, and we will call your name when we take public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone I see no one in the queue. Mr. Cole?
I have several questions, and I assume that everything is on the table now, or except?
Just transportation at this point.
Okay, all right. So, thank you, Mr. Siquez, for this is a general comment, but specifically for transportation aspect of it, and that is, the council identified 5 priorities in December, Mr. Hawksworth, and no one expected miracles that you would find money that had been previously lying around that no one had ever identified. But what we expected, I expected, I won't speak for my colleagues, they can speak for themselves. What I expected was a long-term approach. That we can't allocate any money, or we can only allocate this much money in this coming year, but here's how we're gonna get our arms around this. And this is one of the council's top 5 priorities. We'll talk about street paving separately, but there's $163 million worth of unfunded projects. This year, we're putting $630,000 toward it, right? Which isn't even a drop in the bucket. And so, again, no one expected you and the staff and Mr. Siquez to come up with $10 million. I want to reiterate what I've consistently said. I appreciate Mr. Siquez and his staff's aggressive efforts, successful efforts to get grant funding from the state and federal government, as well as from Metro. Nonetheless, I am expecting, was expecting, and you've assured me will be coming in the next several months, some additional thinking about a long-term approach. Because to just continue every year to allocate $500,000 or $600,000 and then whatever comes in the way of grants doesn't get our arms around. Are we going to be able to afford all $163 million in the next 5 years? No. But clearly, just continuing to push this off is not addressing one of the top 5 council priorities. So that's my hope, is that over the next several months you won't solve this, but we'll begin to have serious discussions about what we're going to do about that $163 million. And the last point is, I think despite the incredibly successful efforts of Mr. Sikas in seeking grant funding, there's going to be less grant funding from both the federal and the state government in the years ahead, particularly for safety. The Trump administration has made very clear, despite the fact that we are now at the highest debt level we've had since World War II, that we will be moving toward a car-centric funding program. So that's my hope, is that we can assure our residents that we're not putting this off for another year.
Your microphone may need to be turned up, Mr. Cole, I'm not sure.
It's on.
No, turn. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Mayor. So I think that's understood, that what we approved tonight, $630,000, should not be the end of our discussion until next year.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. And the council and the community certainly has my commitment and the commitment of the leadership team that we are approaching this different. And I hope that that will be conveyed through how we tee off the operating budget tonight and how we expect to approach this, not only through June as we adopt the budget ultimately, but how we approach this in July and August and September going forward, to continue to bring forward opportunities to think differently about what we fund and what we don't fund and how we approach projects and services.
And I want to, again, reiterate my appreciation to you, Mr. Hawksworth, and to our priorities are our priorities. We're not expecting magic answers, but we are expecting the hard work to get to answers.
And if I may, I do appreciate that. Our top goal in the transportation department is safety. We, as you noted, and thank you for that, we aggressively pursue grants for safety and for a number of different factors. And this past year, we had $12.8 million worth of grants that we were able to receive through various funding sources, and we'll continue to aggressively pursue grants. Our certain funding sources that we have, such as the traffic impact fee or the transportation improvement fee, is a source that we use as local match for these grants. But as we look for not only federal but state and regional funding sources, we focus on safety and many times safety projects that, even if they're vehicular focused, they end up being safety projects for all the road users, as pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. So we're really use that as a way to tailor our applications to the funding requirements in order to get as much funding as we can.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hampton?
I'll be brief so I don't belabor the point. I know this is our CIP, and Mr. Sika, as you had mentioned, safety being our top priority, and I agree that your team does the best job that it possibly can with the budget that we have in place. And so I appreciate Councilmember Cole mentioning that this is a ongoing discussion and things that we need to implement throughout the year. And continue having this conversation. But, the concerns that, are top priorities, as well as the top priority of the resident is they're speeding on my street. And what is the transportation department going to do about that? And I'm looking at the CIP agenda, and I'm not seeing what are you going to do about my street, and where is the pocket of money that's just set aside for projects that could immediately address some concerns. For example, some things that I've brought up in the past is potentially having modular speed humps to see if we can install them from time to time periodically throughout communities that have been facing with issues until we could figure out, the funding to install permanent ones. There's just some more thought, I think, and I know that your team does all you guys possibly can, and I want you to know that I applaud the work that you guys do. I really do. But I think that we have to start thinking outside of the box to be able to figure out the needs of those neighbors that have been asking for things. And a lot of the times we look at it and say, well, our policy says that we can't do this, or we can't install an extra stop sign here, when in other communities there's stop signs like every 3 feet. So people want to understand what the differences are, and I think just really communicating that. So this is more so a statement, but I would like to see this come to a MSC meeting where we have a more in-depth conversation about what can we do to help our residents now, and not let's look at this for the next CIP, because we have hawks that I've been sending emails about since I came. I'm not even going to put the date out there, but it will eventually get installed. And HOX being what does HOX stand for?
It's a pedestrian hybrid beacon.
Thank you. Just in case somebody was like, hold on, they're installing HOX. No. But yeah, so just.
Got goats down in the arroyo.
There are goats, yes. That'll be next to HOX for those snakes, because snakes are getting people these days, which is really sad. But really, at the end of the day, speed cameras to try to stop the speeding. I know that there's initiatives, and you sent an email today about that. So just to let our residents know that we are trying to move forward, but we just need to move forward at a more rapid pace, or more rapid pace than we're accustomed to doing. And so I think that there's a will from the council to be able to do that. So, instead of holding it back from us for a while, present it to us so that we could be part of the solution.
And I appreciate that. What we try to do is try to implement these safety implementations as soon as possible. Some of it is funding, some of it is identifying the right solution and getting that neighborhood feedback, getting that outreach, because a lot of what we do is really focused on what the residents on the street want, making sure that we're all on the same page before we implement something. But we do have quick build options, and we've come back to council on a number of occasions to change our policies in order to make it more flexible, from the speed hump policies to be able to allow speed humps to be implemented in more locations, to our pilot installations of LED enhanced stop signs, to other just treatments like the HOX, and being able to try different things and being more aggressive at pursuing safety. Some of the limitations that we have on where to put things like an all-way stop and what they're used for, speed versus really right-of-way control, what it's meant to be used for, that's kind of the further discussion that we need to be able to better engage with the public on what the right solution is, either in short-term or long-term concrete treatment. And all of that requires this outreach and planning process. So as you know, going to a lot of the meetings that you invite us to talk to the residents, we're really looking for short-term solutions that we can implement quickly and at low cost. And at the same time, looking at these long-term permanent solutions that require us to pursue these funding applications and use what funding we have. So I appreciate that.
I stopped at 3 minutes, just so you know. It was exactly at 5 with your answers, so thank you.
Okay, Mr. Masuda?
Thank you for being here. What programs are you working on right now when it refers to the Eden fire?
From the standpoint of transportation improvements and corridors, we're looking at data a little bit differently because of the less residential traffic that we have, less business traffic from the north, from our neighbors to the north. And we also have a number of projects or programs that we've put into place as a result of the fire to make things easier for people to rebuild. So we had some permit parking adjustments that we have made for residents that are impacted by the fire, some fee waivers and things like that. But really, the main focus is as we look at project implementation for corridors that run north and south, we're trying to account for the fact that there's less traffic volumes now, but we anticipate there will be more volumes when the community rebuilds, and really want to make sure that we're part of that process in the design of the corridors, like North Fair Oaks with the recent implementation of the reconfiguration there, to make that corridor more human scale, more pedestrian centric, and really help the businesses to be able to get more people to those businesses.
Perfect. I get a lot of requests for speed bumps in Upper Hastings, and we have to remind them about the, the fire trucks have to go up there, and they can't be going over bumps and things like that. So do you send that message out to the residents about those things? That would be a problem?
We do when we get requests for speed humps. So we've actually have a new speed hump design that's a speed cushion that allows for better access for our fire apparatus, and we've worked closely with the fire department on that. But we also have to take a look at the type of roadway it is and make sure that that roadway still meets our criteria, because we don't necessarily want speed humps on streets that have much higher volumes because of the potential impact there to not just mobility, but when you have too much traffic on a street, it's really not beneficial to have speed humps, but we are looking at speed tables for those types of streets. So we're looking at options, and we are reaching out when we get those requests from residents and making sure our website is updated.
I pretty much tell them that it's not going to happen, so stop asking, but they still ask anyway. So I just want to hear you say that. So
It depends on the street, but yeah, if it's something that doesn't meet our council-adopted guidelines, we can't, as staff, change that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sikas.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a general question, Mayor. I don't know where it fits in.
Probably after the president, unless it's related to this department.
No, so we're going to have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
We have other presentations.
But this is a general question about process, not about.
Oh, okay. If it's process related, go ahead.
So, as many of you know, state law asks that the planning authority, actually mandates that the planning authority review the entire capital plan. And I've been assured in writing that the Planning Commission would review the entire capital plan. We're told in the staff report that the Planning Commission unanimously approved the new projects. So can you help me understand whether the Planning Commission did in fact review the entire capital plan?
I guess there's a preliminary question to that, threshold question. Is the Planning Commission the planning authority, or is the council the planning authority with advice of the planning?
No, I understand. You're correct, Mr. Mayor, but they are advisory to us for planning. And so this planning staff made clear that it is their policy that the Planning Commission will look at the whole plan. I have that in writing from our director, but I'm not seeing that reflected in the record.
Well, I guess I'm responding, Mr. Cole, to your citing of state law. If state law says the planning authority is to review the entirety, then we're certainly compliant with state law. Now, if your question is, are we taking it a step further and having the Planning Commission review the entirety of the CIP budget? That's, in my view, a separate question, a different question.
I don't want to belabor it. I'm telling you that as a result of all these discussions in consultation with the city attorney, there was an agreement that the Planning Commission would review the entire plan.
In agreement with, let's turn to staff.
Hi, Phyllis Hollowell from the Department of Public Works. We did take the entire CIP to the planning subcommittee, meeting, and then they made a recommendation to the full planning commission. So they have reviewed the entire document.
So I was just asking, that's not what it says in the record, and so I'm pleased to hear that. But it says in the record, the Northwest Commission approved the Northwest projects, Parks and Rec approved Parks and Rec, Planning Commission approved new projects. That's what it says in the staff report.
Correct. We report currently in the staff report just what the full commission does, not the subcommittees, but we do have a subcommittee that reviews the entire document. So we can add that language in the future.
So did the subcommittee recommended approval of the
Yes,
entire?
yes.
And did the Planning Commission take action on that?
No. I mean, they accepted that, but they didn't, it wasn't part of their motion.
Okay. Well, at the very heart of everything we do is trust. And when I ask a question in advance and get an answer that seems dispositive, then I expect that there'll be follow-through. And I asked in advance, would the Planning Commission review the entire plan? And kind of, maybe, sort of, but it should have been the staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission to review the whole plan and to get a recommendation from the Planning Commission on the whole plan. And apparently that got lost in translation. So I'll take it up for next year, but I continue to think that the spirit of state law is that the planning authority, which you're correct, Mayor, is us. The advisory group for planning is our Planning Commission. So they should give us advice and the whole point of the state law, because this isn't just how many angels dance on the head of a pin. My frustration, going back to being a planning commissioner, is that we don't take a holistic look at the CIP and its congruence with the general plan. That's what state law charges us with doing, is congruence with the general plan. And if we're spending money here and we're planning here and those don't come together, that's a mismatch. And I think until the Planning Commission began to engage in that larger discussion, we had that mismatch. That's what I'm trying to close, is we spend a lot of time and money in our city with plans. We do plans, you can stack them to the ceiling, the plans that we've done. The implementation is where we fall short. The plans are beautiful, we take years on them, they have beautiful pictures, they have wonderful words, and then there's no dollars to back up the beautiful words and the beautiful pictures. That's why North Lake looks more or less the same as it did in 1994 or 97 when we adopted the last North Lake specific plan. So I'm not trying to make a point here about procedure. It goes to substance. It goes to, let's have our plans and our planners and our dollars line up in alignment. And that's not yet happening. So I'll leave it at that.
And if I could just interject for just a moment, I pulled up the Planning Commission action because I wanted to see what the Planning Commission, in fact, it is included in here that the entire CIP was reviewed, and that for consistency purposes with the general plan, they were specifically calling out the 28 new projects as being approved. So the agenda item that they did go through does confirm that they actually did review and consider the entire capital improvement plan. So I think I understand what you're saying, and we'll take note that we need to better reflect that in the verbiage that we include in future agenda reports and in documents to confirm that both of those things are being done, that they are looking at the entire plan and, more specifically calling out the new projects that are in that list. So,
And I'll leave it with this, Mr. Hawksworth and Mr. Mayor. Consistency at the beginning stage basically says adding a project to put shade structures at McDonald Park is consistent because there's language in the general plan that says we should have safe parks. Okay, rubber stamped. The real question is, how are we allocating $243 million? Is the allocation of $243 million getting us to the general plan? That's the key piece. All of these projects, more or less, are consistent with the general plan. There's nothing in here that's inconsistent with the general plan. But the general plan is not just a wish list. The general plan is a set of priority commitments. So let me put flesh on the bone. In 1992, this city council, approved by the voters at a federal election, made a commitment that Pasadena will be a city where people can circulate without cars. It is 2026. That is 34 years later, if my math is correct. 34 years later, and on most streets and at most bus stops, it is dangerous, unpleasant, or inconvenient to circulate without cars here. And that's the consistency, right? 34 years ago, we said we want to be a city where you don't have to drive to get a loaf of bread. That if you want to walk or you want to take a bike or you want to take public transit, that we will have those choices. And that's the consistency I'm looking for. We have $162 million worth of unfunded safety improvements. And we're spending a lot of money on capital to go to hydrogen buses, and we're spending a lot of money on a new bus facility, but it still takes an hour to get to City Hall from my house if I take a bus, and it takes 8 minutes if I want to take a car. I don't know very many people who have that kind of time unless they're absolutely desperate. So I want to see consistency with our goals. And after 34 years of waiting to see real action on making this city safe for bicyclists and convenient for transit users, and 31 years since we made promises on North Lake that we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we're not. And I don't think we should wait decades more to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. When you say we aren't reviewing you mean the we you're using is not the planning authority of the city, in other words, the city council, because we are reviewing the entirety of the CIP. You mean the planning commission?
We should get their advice. We should get that we charge them with charge them with making the plans. They should also be looking at whether we're actually delivering on the plans.
Mr. Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. I was just trying to follow the discussion. It sounds like a substantial one that we might benefit first from some legal advice from the city attorney. I heard that state law requires a review. I don't know if that means that the record should indicate that, as the city manager represented, and I believe him, that the entire plan was before the planning commission. If that's the case, I think that box is clearly checked. It sounds like we may be conflating outcomes with our role in the forward progress of a budget, and we may just have disagreements about that. I would say now's the time, if any of us believes that our budget as proposed by staff and the committee and commissions where appropriate is misguided or needs to be tweaked, now's the time. We haven't adopted it yet, but I would suggest maybe we set aside some time to study that or have a committee, address that if there's a structural issue. But I'm not convinced there is one based on what I've heard so far. I don't know if you have a view, Madam City Attorney, or.
Yes, Mr. Madison, members of the council, it is our understanding as well that the Planning Commission did review that I had someone double checking, and then the city manager reflected that as well, the plan. So I think we're okay on
What they
that
did
one.
not do, Mr.
If I could, though,
Madison,
it seems to me that's the kind of question also that our policy of advancing questions to the staff prior to the meeting, and it sounds like maybe that happened, I don't know, and there's just, maybe talking past one another or something, but the staff should have an opportunity to give a thoughtful response to the comments, I think.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that in terms of state law, we are compliant. We are the planning authority. State law calls for the planning authority to review the entirety of the CIP budget, and I don't think there was a box to check because that's what the process, the existing process brings us.
But if so, it sounds like we did it.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
I disagree. We're supposed to make a finding of consistency with the general plan. We're not just supposed to review the plan and say it's a good plan. We're supposed to make a finding that it's consistent with the general plan. Now, we might just say there's a whole bunch of general stuff in the general plan, and so we can just find that. But if we really seriously compare what the plan prioritizes and what we are actually able to fund, I think there's a big gap. Can the gap be filled tonight with tweaks? No. But over the next 5 years, if we're going to make Pasadena a city where people can circulate without cars, we're going to have to spend more than $630,000 a year on making the city a place where you can circulate without cars, by having a first-class transportation system for transit, by having shade at every bus stop, by having bike lanes that have a citywide network so that you don't go from a first-class bike lane that goes 1.25 miles, but you take your life in your hands to get the 1/4 mile to the 1.5 mile bike lane. These are the kind of things. If we want to be consistent with what our general plan is, that's what we should be talking about and looking at over the long term. And I don't think the Planning Commission or the City Council has grappled with the consistency with the general plan.
The only issue I would take with that, Mr. Cole, is that's one aspect of the general plan. Now, if we wanted to put that aspect of the general plan above everything else, that's a separate
That's one
one.
example.
Yeah.
There are other examples of where we fall
But that-
short
that would
on
be a-
neighborhood revitalization, on addressing the inequities
Well,
between the
let me-
Northwest and the rest of the
let me-
city.
Let me finish. So as you know, the general plan is much broader than any one of those issues. And, I agree. If we had unlimited resources, then we'd fulfill the general plan in its entirety. But, if we want to, and I realize now, thank you for clarifying that, you're using that as an illustrative example, but it is a matter of resources. Okay, with that, let's turn back to Mr. Hawksworth to introduce PRCS.
Thanks. I believe Coco Panothian, our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, is going to give a brief presentation on his projects.
Thank you, Mr. Hawksworth. Good evening, Mayor Gordo, members of council, Coco Panosian for PRCS. Waiting on the presentation. Should have been submitted last week.
Let's turn to water and power before we.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and forward that on to.
As the staff looks for the presentation that was submitted. Let's turn.
They were all in the back.
We'll bring the. It's going to take them a couple of minutes to turn the switch to water and power. Turn the phone. Mr. Reyes, welcome.
Mayor, City Council, thank you very much. I'm going to do a very brief introduction, just a few slides to set the context, and Lynn Chamowitz, our AGM for Finance, is going to make the full presentation, and then we're going to be available to answer any questions about our CIP. We have been talking about the council priorities quite a bit, or at least we've been listening to the council talk about those priorities that were set in 2025 in December. And we absolutely heard that. We think it's very important that everything that we do reflects council priority, council direction. We took that as meaning it was additive, so that the council priorities set in 2025 did not replace or delete any other policies. That wasn't the direction, at least, that staff received. And so the CIP that's before you this evening is meant to incorporate those council priorities as well as other previously approved plans by the city council, so that we're balancing many priorities. Carbon-free energy is one of the huge ones, but we're also doing it while we're trying to balance long-term fiscal stability, affordability. We operate within a highly regulated field, so we have a regulatory framework which we must comply. Rate equity is really important, as set forth by the city council, as is system reliability. When we talk about system reliability, we're just talking about being able to turn the lights on when you turn the switch. So how does council and staff, how do we get that direction? How does that policy get set? Well, one of the big ways is the approved 2018 IRP. And what was really important about that plan is council set forth direction. They said, you can only purchase carbon-free energy going forward. In terms of any energy that we got, it must be clean energy. And the other thing it did is it removed us from the Intermountain Power Project, and that's going to end at the end of 2027. And that was really important in terms of setting policy for us. Then the city council adopted the Power Delivery Master Plan in 2022. And this is a long-term infrastructure plan that basically is required by state law. It's very much like a general plan, but specific to the utility industry. And it's very, very important in terms of setting forth CIP projects. Capital projects are usually found in this document. And it's really important for our credit agencies that are looking at how we're doing. We have the highest credit rating that's possible for utility in California. And it's really important that we continue to modernize our grid and make sure that it's resilient. And those are found in that Power Delivery Master Plan. And then importantly, in 2023, the City Council adopted Resolution 9977, which basically further reiterated to staff that we've got to get to carbon-free energy, and we've got to do it by 2030. But we also have to do it while looking at affordability and rate equity, stability of the system, as well as the reliability of electricity. And then right after that, the City Council adopted a new IRP. That new IRP does have the OSP, does have the Resolution 9977 goals within that document. But also importantly, the IRP did not have a specific path to how we were going to get there. How are we going to get to carbon-free energy? And so what the City Council did is they adopted it, but they said you have to come back with a plan. And so we did that, and we came back with an optimized strategic plan that the City Council then adopted in December of 2025. And that set forth the resolution, the roadmap to get to carbon-free energy, but also while making sure that we had a good resource mix, a good investment strategy, and that we were operating financially soundly. So what's before you this evening in terms of a capital improvement plan tries to balance all of those competing needs, the priorities and policies that the City Council has adopted for us as a utility. We believe that the CIP that's in front of you this evening largely advances almost everything that's in the OSP. It does ensure fiscal discipline, and it aligns with all of our stability and sustainability targets that we've identified. So we went from this IRP that was sort of very generic. We had an OSP, the Optimized Strategic Plan. And then this evening, the CIP actually has a plan with actual projects for how to get to carbon-free energy by 2030. Now, all those aren't funded, and there is no money that we're going to make appear. The reality is that we're a publicly owned, not-for-profit utility, and the majority of our funding does come from ratepayers, and we invest it right back into the system. And so what was adopted previously by the City Council in the last couple of months was a rate increase, and that was a challenging 2-year process. But what the city council ultimately approved was a 7% increase in 3 different tranches across the board for both residential and commercial residents, or ratepayers, I should say. And that did give us some revenue relief. And what we said during that process was that money was going to go towards infrastructure, very much needed infrastructure. And that's what we're bringing forward this evening. But we also heard very loud and clear how important it was that we actually start funding some of these projects that are gonna really make us get towards these goals in terms of actual, not only, look, we've spent about $1 billion in the last 3 years on long-term clean energy projects, clean energy contracts. That's what this council has done, and that's what we've been trying to do in terms of creating additional green energy. But for the local battery, the local storage, the local solar, those are big, big projects. We have a 25 megawatt project that's under construction, will hopefully break ground in the coming months. What we've added based on what we've heard and based on the council priorities, in addition to the actual plan, is $20 million towards solar projects in the next year. And then we heard that maybe that wasn't enough and we needed to do more. And so we looked really hard at some of the criticism that we received through letters and through conversations with the public about a public utility headquarters building. And about designing that building and spending $600,000 on it. The intent of that project is really just to consolidate existing offsite loans that we have. We don't, the utility, we lease space. We don't own a building. And so we lease space in many spaces throughout the city, mostly at 150 and 1055, 150 Southwest Robles and 1055 Colorado. And by buying a building, we actually save ratepayers about $1 million year one. And so that was the intent of that project, but we did hear probably a little bit tone deaf right now, given where we are, just raising rates and trying to go after a new building. And so we took that $600,000 and we put it towards a real feasibility study, towards solar design. And that's what we have in front of you this evening, is taking that about $650,000 and trying to get a real feasibility study done so we can understand where exactly the solar is going to go and how much we think it might actually cost us. And I think it's really important that when we think about the council priorities, the CIP is not the end-all be-all. It's a hugely important document, and it has a lot of money that we're talking about this evening. But in terms of building solar, we're not alone. We had a presentation previously with PUSD, and we talked about how much solar they're going to build. And every bit of solar that they build helps us as a city. And PCC has plans for solar, as does PCOC. We hope that the RBOC will come along if we can find the right space down there that doesn't impact their ability to operate. And again, the other portion in terms of advancing goals and priorities is the operating budget. And I talked about $1 billion being spent in the last couple of years. No, that's nowhere to be found in the CIP because it's part of the operating budget, which does come next. I think maybe even this evening we'll introduce that. But I think the intent here for us is to show that the CIP does further the council goals and priorities. We do have a plan to get us towards carbon-free energy. We don't yet have the funding identified, but again, the funding is going to come from 3 places. It's going to come from grants, it's going to come from raising rates from our revenues, and then issuing bonds and debt. Those are really the 3 main ways that we make money in terms of being able to build things. And so we've have a plan, but not yet the dollars. The other projects that we have that are funded are either because they were previously approved in a power delivery master plan or some other document by the city council. We only have about 7 new projects this year. And so I'll let Lynn jump into her presentation because she wants to go over some of the projects in a little more detail, and then we can spend as much time or as little time as the council would like on the individual projects and some of the policies that we're putting forth. I think with that, I'll turn it over to Lynn. I think she does have a clicker to advance the slides. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just an overview of the total PWP capital improvement program. It's going to be divided up by fund, and then there's certain projects that are both in the water fund and the power fund. And so those are all primarily technology improvement and modernization projects. But I am going to go through water first. But just to set the stage, in addition to what General Manager Reyes has said, this CIP is now $1.9 billion between the two different systems, between water and power. Last year, on the power side, the capital improvement program was less than $900 million. So last year, we came with a capital improvement program that had projects towards the carbon-free goals that were unidentified. And this year, we're coming to you with a capital improvement program that has some of the funding is unidentified, but we're building on that and making sure that the projects are in there. So we're thinking about what's the most cost-effective way to make those improvements to our system. So I don't need to recap what General Manager Reyes has said, but definitely our focus is always on how we're serving our community. We're bringing vital water resources to the community every day, as well as power that helps our community function. So this is sort of how the three different key-wide initiatives weave together. So we're going through this huge period of technology transformation. We can't get to distributed energy resources without people knowing what energy they're using and how they're using those resources. And technology is really an underpinning where we're a little bit behind most other utilities. The electrical reinvention and renewal, along with the carbon-free infrastructure, it includes the transmission upgrades. If we can't get that energy electron delivered to you, then it's no good, it's wasted. And then also hardening to mitigate for risk. There's a lot of different risk factors in the electrical grid, and we just want to make sure that we're providing that high-quality service to our customers, and we need to reinvest in order to get there. With the water side, the Sunset Reservoir is sort of one of the keystone projects that we've been working on for quite a while, and it's getting to the point where it's shovel ready. And so that's a really important investment. That reservoir is over 100 and some odd, 110, 120 years old. Along with main lines, the average age of the main line in the distribution system is well past its useful life. So we need to sort of chip away at getting to those reinvestments, as well as thinking about the future. So water supply diversification and enhancements is really important. You'll see towards the end of the 5-year plan on the water side, we're putting those projects in to make sure that we have a diverse portfolio of resources so that we don't depend on one thing. So this is really a sort of where we've been, where we're going with total investment needs. As General Manager said, we use grant funding, we debt fund in addition to rate revenues. All of that contributes to strategies to keep these rates affordable for our customers, in addition to finding efficiencies and controlling costs where we can. So about making these smart investments, it's so that we lower our operating costs ongoing. It might not always be apparent, but we need to make some of these investments to make sure that we don't have sort of spiraling operating costs as time goes by. So the water fund, as you can see, really peaks in the 28-29 fiscal years, and the same with the power fund. And so this is sort of hard to see, just sort of the scope and scale of a almost $2 billion capital reinvestment period. So with water, there's 30 active projects. There's $60 million recommended for appropriations in this next fiscal year with 5 new projects, and so that's a $400 million plan. The electric system has 63 active projects with $112.4 million recommended for appropriations in the next fiscal year with 2 new projects, and that's a 5-year estimated cost of $1.5 billion. And then this is just this high-level summary of a memo that was produced for City Council just to show which components are related to the carbon-free by 2030 investment and Clean Power Pasadena. So this is just a high-level summary of what we're making in those investments on that area specifically. So jumping into the water system, there was a lot of accomplishments in fiscal year 2026. Every pipeline is a big deal if it's in front of your street or bringing water to your community, or your area and your neighborhood. Fair Oaks and Oak Knoll was a big one. We also had a lot of the necessary repairs so the Allen Reservoir is now successfully up and back running after the Eaton fire. We also have the Explorer well being constructed, a new well, and just many other water accomplishments just for fiscal year 26. This is an overview of the water projects that are recommended for funding for the next budget year, so fiscal year 2027. These are the different categories that they're in. So the 2027 work plan is $70.4 million. So the appropriations recommendations here are predominant, well, they're pretty evenly spread out between distribution and supply. So that's between reservoirs and main construction. Also technology with the advanced metering infrastructures in there, as well as storage. So if you look at sort of the distribution here of where the CIP funding sources are for next year, I'll show a little bit showing how this shifts over time, but about 45% is coming from either retained earnings or cash earnings in the fiscal year. So that's the ratepayer funds of 45%. We also are getting to the point of securing the Water Infrastructure and Innovation Financing Act. So that's a federal loan that represents the water revenue debt, in addition to regular sort of standard revenue bond debt issuances. And the other contributions are grants that we received, customer-funded capital improvements, and other reimbursements for capital projects. So we're getting to the point where this is not all just ratepayer funds. We're really balancing what our customers are paying today versus what we're going to leverage onto our customers for the future. And so we're just trying to be really mindful of not overburdening people with debt and trying to have a balanced approach to that. And I think I've presented before on the benefits of the WIFIA program, but a lot of the benefits of the WIFIA program are that we don't have to repay that loan until 5 to 10 years after construction. So we'll have time to ramp up to that payment amount. So this is the 5-year capital plan summary. The prior pie chart was a distribution for fiscal year 27, and then this shows sort of the project distribution throughout the 5-year plan. As you can see, sort of that, I don't know what color it's called towards the end, but so for the storage projects is primarily the Sunset Reservoir project that peaks and should be wrapping up construction by 2030. And what we have in the end is the non-potable reuse project. That is a really critical project for the water system as far as water reuse and leveraging every drop of water that comes into our system here. So this is a chart that shows, so each bar represents 100% of the spend for that year. And so what you can see here is how the composition of debt financing versus ratepayer funds versus unidentified funds sort of layers on each year. So as we collect ratepayer funds, we're spending down on them for capital, and then as we're issuing different bonds or issuing loans, those fluctuates per year by the amount. And just so that you can see sort of the unidentified funding piece on the water side, that is the piece for the water supply project, because there's many different ways that we can execute a capital project. That doesn't necessarily mean us leveraging debt on our books, or, we have regional collaborative partnerships. The water systems are very much interwoven. So it could be something that's debt on someone else's books. There's many different public-private partnerships, different ways of executing these projects that don't necessarily come directly from ratepayer funds. So it's not there yet. It's still in conceptual design, so we put it as unidentified. So for the new projects, there was 5 new proposed projects in fiscal year 27. So the Don Benito Reservoir at the bottom obviously was damaged. Well, not obviously, it was damaged during the Eaton fire. So taking that and changing it to the Don Benito Reservoir, we're going to build back better than we did before. We're going to leverage FEMA funding, so that's a new project. Water facility security improvements. This is something that, anyone who has nefarious purposes trying to access our water facilities could be damaging, and it is in our mission, and it's to deliver safe drinking water at all times. The other ones are booster stations. This really is sort of just a nomenclature thing. We had them lumped into different booster stations, but we wanted to identify specifically for the public to see which booster stations are we improving and when. And the other Water system project highlight is obviously the Sunset Complex project. Now the project includes solar generation on site. So this aerial view here shows the existing to the left and what is proposed. We're really excited to ramp up and get that project going. So that's a big highlight. Also, water mainline replacements. For every year you don't make those replacements, it sort of compiles and compounds and becomes more expensive, quite frankly, into the future. So we're working on those. Between 2 to 3 miles per year is in the work plan with the streets identified there, as well as the other booster station improvements for reliability efficiencies, enhances fire protection and water quality. You just think every time you replace that old sort of clunker of a pump and replace it with a new one, it brings more energy efficiencies, operational efficiencies, and so much more. So the other highlights are the Arroyo Seco groundwater recharge project. So this project is humming along well. We're working towards getting more groundwater recharge. The more groundwater we can capture and use both lowers costs for our customers as well as providing better reliability for our entire portfolio. And then I spoke a little bit about the water reuse project that is in the beginning stages. So with that, I'm going to hop over to electric, unless you'd like me to pause.
Yeah, let's get
All
through
right.
it.
That was a water pun to keep it flowing, but we'll charge ahead. How's that? Okay. So accomplishments in fiscal year 26. So getting started with the 25 megawatt Glenarm energy storage system. This is our first energy storage system at utility scale for the utility. This is something that is critical to meet our carbon-free by 2030 goals. So that getting started, it's been a tremendous amount of work to our power supply team. So that is a big accomplishment in 26. We also leveraged a grant to start a micro turbine wind project. We've replaced or installed many different distribution switches, all of these that are critical in our infrastructure side. We also upgraded the sub-transmission circuit. So the sub-transmission is really the beating arteries of our electric system that go through the system. So upgrading those, as well as many new customer-funded or upgrade projects, including 305 new solar meters installed. So this is an overview of the electric CIP. So the expenditures, the work plan is $186 million with recommended total appropriations of $112.4 million. Of this pie chart looks a little bit different for next year, but will look drastically different in future funding years. So of the $186 million in the total spend planned, the majority of it is in ratepayer funds for next year, as well as the grant. The grant is primarily for the Glenarm battery system, as well as customer-funded capital. But this next graph actually shows how that changes throughout time. So as you can see, while fiscal year 27 heavily utilizes ratepayer funds and gets that working capital that we have down a little bit, as you can see, 28, 29, 30, and 31, we have plans to issue a significant amount of debt. And the way that we ran this financial plan was we said, let's issue as much debt as we can. Let's get as close to the targets that we have from a fiscal perspective and see how much we can fund. And this is where it got us. So of the actual $1.13 billion that is funded, you can see sort of the composition and sort of as the ability to bond goes down, then we layer in the unidentified funding. And I did want to note, so the unidentified funding is not necessarily that we're never planning on funding it. It's that we're going to look on a project by project basis and decide what is the most cost-effective way of doing this for our customer. And then this is just the distribution of the total spend. So as you can see, it flips from sort of distribution-driven projects to supply generation projects in fiscal year 28 and beyond. So with the electric system, we have 2 new proposed projects. We've actually modified this slightly for this presentment of the CIP. So we originally had all of the different solar projects segmented into different projects, which led them to be prioritized differently. So we just did sort of a clerical change, and we grouped all of the solar together. It was intended to be a program with layered projects on that sort of distribute the spend for the solar. So we just combined that together. So that was the identified one for 2027. But as you go forward, you're going to see as one primary project with sub-projects layered under it to respond to some customer comments or community comments. And then the other piece was that it's time again, 2028 waypoint is almost already upon us if we're thinking about the 27 fiscal year budget. So it's starting to plan for the fiscal year 28 capital integrated resource plan. Some power delivery highlights. So Path 2, I'm sure no one knows what Path 2 is, but Path 2 is one of the biggest subtransmission. It is the sort of main connector between the east side and the west side of Pasadena, well, actually west side to east side. So this is a project that was really critical to make sure that we had reliability, and we have a lot of projects coming online. So making sure that that piece of infrastructure is solid and stable is critical. So that's one of the big highlights and one of the big spends. So it's about $40 million in contracts that have already been let to just for the cable in and of itself. The electric vehicle charging infrastructure, I know we had public comment that mentioned the electric vehicle infrastructure. That is something that when we originally let the contracts for the EV infrastructure, we were early adopters. So unfortunately, the companies went bankrupt. You know, not everyone's an Apple. So they went out of business, and so we had to pivot. But we focused for the last probably 18 months on getting that program operational and having those chargers installed. Our power delivery AGM told us that about 32 of the 45 fast chargers are operational, and they 100% should be fully operational within the next 2 weeks. And the level 2s are I guess I didn't get numbers, but we can check on those. So that's something that has been a really heavy focus of ours, is to make sure that if we're going to be providing a service, we're going to be providing a high quality service that a customer can come and charge on it reliably and buy the electricity from us versus the competitors, because they support and we have better rates, quite frankly, than the Tesla charges next. So the power supply, more highlights, is the Glen Arms storage system. That was a project, again, that has been in the makings for a while. It's something where we're funding the constructions, and actually the operating cost of that is in our operating and maintenance budget, because we actually signed one of the first energy storage agreements that we know to exist. So there's a lot of power purchase agreements, but energy storage agreements is sort of something that's new in the industry. So that is a public-private partnership where they're owning it and they're taking advantage of some of the credits, which, you know, when we get to the point where we're looking at how we're going to fund some of the bigger energy storage systems, we have to look at what it's going to cost now, because there's not the investment tax credits that there were when we started this project. And that's the second one, which is the Broadway energy storage system. I'm sure many of you have seen the Broadway site driving past it on the 110, but that whole facility, it is in that plan to demolish that no longer utilized site and put energy storage system there to further our goals for clean energy by 2030. And department-wide advanced metering infrastructure is something that is, again, highly critical. We're really making great progress with that. There's some more contracts coming to City Council to see that project move forward. And it's really an excellent touch point and engagement with our customers, and bringing us into the 2020s and 2030s for utilities. So General Manager Reyes spoke a little bit about sort of what's changed since we've received community feedback. So we did reallocate some funds from the water and power headquarters on the power side, and and to do and we put it into the 4 megawatts of solar, the phase 2. And then the other big action that we took was in the 2029 fiscal year, we deferred the Fair Oaks, $7 million of the Fair Oaks and Brookside substation upgrades, and reallocated that to the 4 megawatts of municipally owned solar project. So these are changes from the budget book and alternatives that we are recommending. So just to wrap it up, so we have a phased, optimized capital approach that makes sure that we're durable and affordable for our carbon-free outcomes. There's a lot of projects that we know are implementable and fundable right now. There's a couple projects later on in the plan that we're working to develop a solid implementation plan and do the cost-benefit analysis of how we're going to fund each of those in future budget cycles. And then we also have the long-term horizon planning for the storage systems to get future modeling, get to that 2028 waypoint, and just make sure that we're making the most cost-effective investment in the electrical system to meet the carbon-free by 2030 goals. And all of those also will be enhanced by our ability and more information about, the availability of long duration storage, customer adoption trends that we're seeing, and sort of if there's an advance in baseload technologies. These technologies advance so quickly. I might be here next year, with some great improvement that we've discovered all of a sudden. So we just want to make sure that we're doing things thoughtfully and methodically. And that's our recommendation. And the final is the electrical undergrounding fund. So this fund is predominantly going to be spent on the continuation and the completion of the Raymond undergrounding project. And then from there, the Mountain Street project will be in future years. So with that, I'll hand it back to Mayor
Okay,
Porto.
yeah. Thank you, very thorough presentation. Let's turn to public comment. Do we have public comment?
Do, but did you want to go through PRCS and then?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're correct.
But we do have the council members are in the queue for this.
We're going to go through all of the presentations and then come back to questions and public comment, correct? Mr. City Manager? Before we turn to the queue, are we in agreement that we'll go through all of the presentations and then ask questions? Okay, so let's hold on council member questions and public comment, and let's introduce Coco.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Gordo. Thank you, Mayor Gordo, members of council. Apologies for not having the presentation submitted. Thank you for acknowledging it came through. We have a handful of projects that we'll go fairly quickly through. Wanted to highlight one of the projects that will be completed before the fiscal year is over. Thanks to council for approving the on-call contractor for repairs, for concrete surfacing repairs and our sports court surfacing repairs. We'll be finishing projects at Memorial and the McDonald Parks for walkway repairs, and at Hamilton Park, we'll be resurfacing the basketball court by the end of the fiscal year. For PRCS, we have 18 projects, total estimating $21 million, of which 6.8 is funded. We have 7 new projects we're recommending for approval, of which 1.5 million to be appropriated, and we have 2 continuing projects recommending at $325,000. This will leave us a $12.2 million unfunded projects. First, we have ADA improvement citywide park restrooms. This project will essentially replace all of the outdated fixtures with high efficiency, ADA compliant and vandal resistant materials. This project is estimated to be at $450,000. We're seeking right now through residential impact fees $89,000 to address 2 parks, Victory and Brenner Parks, and it'll leave a balance of $361,000 unfunded. We're working closely with our friends in Public Work, BSFMD, to take this project on, and if project is approved, it will commence in fiscal year 2027, July 1. We have outdoor exercise fitness equipment. We're asking approval for replacing the existing equipment. They're all outdated and are in need for a refresher. It is estimated $85,000, recommending the use residential impact fees for this, and the project will begin in 2027. Artificial turf replacement project, Robinson and Villa Park. We brought an item to MSC, an information item in April. There were a number of questions raised, very healthy conversation with members of MSC. The project moving forward, we are recommending the replacement of those two projects because they've reached their end of life cycle. You will note they were seeking $1.125 million for this project. This would be for the Villa Park. Combined total for the projects is $2.95 million. And you'll note a difference between what was in the book at $975,000, which currently being seeking at $1.125, because this would give council the ability to decide whether they want to move with the grass replacement or actual turf replacement. The funds dedicated here will allow us to do both. The staff is recommending council consider moving forward, replacing it with artificial turf. We're prepared to get into detailed questions at this point, or depending on time, Mayor, I'll turn to you to see if you want to address it now. We'd also have a presentation that answers some of the questions came up at MSC. We'll be happy to present that as well. And if the project is approved, we'll start the design process in fiscal year 2027. Villa Park Community Center kitchen renovations, we're seeking $100,000 in residential impact fees to start the conceptual design process for this project. It does address longstanding structural and safety challenges we've had with the kitchen, the appliances. And the fifth project under Parks and Landscaping is shade structures for our athletic fields. And this will be for the spectator areas. In most cases, they're always under the sun. And the users, the leagues, and our staff have identified this as a necessity to provide shade for our participants. The project right now, we're looking at 4 facilities to start. The heavy use facilities, Robinson Park, Villa Park, Victor, and Allendale. And we are seeking $900,000. Actually, this is not a funded project. It is $900,000 estimated costs. We're recommending approval to allow us to go out and seek some grant funding and other sources of revenue. And in working with the leagues as well, might be some opportunities there to help fund some of this. So we're seeking approval so we can start looking for financing for this project. One continuing project, the citywide park improvement program. We're seeking $210,000 in residential impact fees for this coming year. It'll be to resurface sport courts, walkways, and the grooming for the artificial turf that we have right now. Next year, we're looking at 2 facilities for court resurfacing, Grant and Eaton Blanche, and then walkway repairs at Allendale, Washington, La Pintoresca, Singer, and Central Parks. I have 2 projects at the Arroyo. First one, similar to the park and landscape projects, ADA improvements for our restrooms at, this should be at Area H in Brookside. A total of $150,000 in residential impact fees. Again, it'll change the fixtures to high efficient, vandal-proof, and ADA compliant fixtures in those facilities. And the second one is also unfunded project, yet we're seeking support. Again, fitness equipment down at Brookside Park in Area H. And this is estimated at $207,000 total project cost. And project will begin once we've identified funding. We have one continuing project over at the Arroyo. Council had approved the conceptual feasibility study for a restroom down at Hamanga. It'll be down at the multi-purpose field. There was a restroom there that burned several years back. This will essentially bring the restroom back to the facility to allow for the participants, users, and all visitors of the park to have a working restroom in this part of the park. And that is the end of the presentation. If there are council has any questions, I'd be happy to address.
Thank you.
No, Mayor, that was the last presentation.
So that was the last presentation on the CIP budget, the entirety of the CIP. I just have, in terms of, there's a procedural question here in terms of the fields. Mr. Panozzi, did you go on the field question? Did you go through MSC?
Yes, Mayor Gordo, we took an information item to MSC April March 24th? I forget the date, I apologize. At that point, we had a healthy discussion. There were questions raised by members of MSC, and we were ready to address some of those questions at this point, if you'd like.
I'm curious because the action of the council tonight isn't necessarily to choose, or am I correct that the action tonight is to allocate $1,125,000 towards turf replacement? Now, there's a question as to whether we go with natural turf or stick with or go with artificial turf. There's some safety questions that have been raised, but there's also new information related to the technology improvements that might address those safety questions. So the question for the council is, do we ask MSC to look specifically at the new technology and then come back and make a recommendation? So we would today allocate, as requested, 1.125 million, and then ask MSC to look specifically at the technology improvements and whether the recommendation is to go forward with appropriating at a future date the 1.125 towards natural and maybe it's an and artificial. So that's a question for the council.
I would suggest we ask Mr. Jones. My understanding, he's the chair of MSC, my understanding is that we directed the staff to look at identifying the most important, a solution to the most important disadvantage of natural turf, which is availability of fields. And we have not yet heard back a report on that. So Mr. Jones can address it as the chair.
I'm just separating, there are two separate questions. One is, do we appropriate 1.125 towards turf replacement within the city of Pasadena? I think the answer to that question, at least from my perspective, is yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then the subsequent question is it artificial? And is the artificial technology, has it improved to address some of the concerns with previous iterations of artificial? Or do we allocate at a future date the 1.125, having allocated it tonight, towards natural? And so, Mr. Jones, what say you as chair of MSC?
Thanks, Mayor, and I agree with that approach. I think, in my opinion, we should allocate the funds for the replacement of the turf at the Villa Park, and then bring back the item to MSC to further discuss natural grass or artificial turf. And I'll mention that on, I believe it was Friday, I met with the coaches and residents at Villa Park, and we discussed this exact issue. And the coaches and the residents raised concerns about, the public. Mary, you and I both know, and a lot of us who grew up in Pasadena know about Villa Park and Robinson Park over the years. And they talked about how it took so much time to clean up. I guess clean up is not the proper word, but how it took so much time to
rest.
Improve, to improve the public safety of the park, and to activate the park with the soccer programs and other programs at Villa Park and at Robinson Park. And this is the coaches, they credited the turf as being available 24/7 outside of super hot days, that they were able to take kids and have them play soccer instead of, have them involved in other nefarious activities. And they said that, they did want to be involved in this conversation on replacement of the turf, either to natural grass or artificial turf. And I think it'd be healthy for us to engage them in a conversation at MSC. But I think for sure we have to do something about the turf. And we should allocate the, $1 million or $800,000, whatever the funds are.
Right. 1,125,000.
Yeah, and I know that some of the coaches had planned to be here tonight. I'm not sure if they're in the audience or they plan to make a public comment, but they did raise those concerns that they felt like they weren't involved in these discussions. And I think it'd be good for them to be involved at MSC.
They are here and nearly rushed the podium when you asked that question. So they're eager to give their opinion. But I think it's, look, I've had a couple of conversations going into this process. I lean towards natural grass just because I like natural grass, and I was concerned about some of the safety concerns that have been raised by some as it relates to artificial grass, but I'm convinced that there's more probing to be done, that technology has improved, addressing some of the safety issues. And when you look at, as you raise, Mr. Jones, the need to have more fields, I think that's an important discussion to have.
Yeah, Mayor, and I agree with you on, I lean towards natural grass, but those availability of fields, the partnership with PUSD, and making sure that the fields that are available are in close proximity to the residents who are using Robinson Park and Villa Park.
And that's the other issue. We have to, I think, push a little bit harder on making fields, and Mr. Cole did a good job during our joint meeting with PUSD, and I want to build on that. Going back to PUSD and making the case for joint use of some of the fields, PUSD fields, for the benefit of kids in this community, many of whom are, all of whom contribute, whose families contribute to the tax base, and many of them are students of the PUSD. And so that's a different issue than our CIP, but an equally important one, maybe even more important than this allocation of $1.125 million. Mr. Madison, you're in the queue, followed by Mr. Masuda, then Mr. Lyon, then Mr. Hampton.
Are you soliciting questions on all of the?
Yes, this is now the time for, on today's presentations.
Right.
Then we turn to public.
Okay. So sticking with parks, just I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. How much, what's the balance of the residential impact fee fund? We've got lots of information about how much we're proposing to spend, but I wondered what the current balance is, and does that appear here anywhere? I looked for it at the top of the report and I just don't see it called out.
I can see Phyllis in the audience
I was
feverishly
going to turn
looking
to
through her
Phyllis to see
books
if she
to
had the
pull it
answer.
up.
Thank you.
Hi, Phyllis Hollowell from Public Works Department. The balance in the residential impact fee prior to these recommendations? Or are you looking at, you want to know what's remaining now?
Yeah, we're still prior to the adoption.
Okay,
So
prior to the adoption,
Yes.
okay. We have $2.6 million available, but it's by district. In the West District, we have
Wait,
350.
slow down. No, let me
I'm
just stick
sorry.
with the big
Mhm.
numbers. And so
Okay.
2.6 available, and how much are we proposing to spend?
And we're proposing to spend 1.8.
Okay. I thought it was more than that. Let me look here. So for park projects, it's 1.459 in FY '27. And in Arroyo projects, it's 230. So is that how you're getting to that number?
And yes,
Okay.
yes, sorry, I was just double
So
checking.
that would still leave about $1 million in the, okay. And
It
then
leaves about 769,000.
Okay. Could you address what you're going to about
Okay.
and I don't know if everyone recalls, but this used to be, residential impact fees are intended to mitigate the impacts of development. The idea is, especially as we move increasingly to multifamily housing, there needs to be places for those families and residents to recreate, walk the dog, read the paper, get fresh air. But what the council did many years ago is, so we had a formula where, if I recall, half of the money had to be spent within a quarter-mile radius of a new development.
It's changed.
Right.
Yes.
So when it changed was when we had a lot of development in a particular part of the city. And I think the council saw an opportunity to realize revenue for very deserving and needy parks in far-flung places in the city. And so they sort of abandoned the idea that it was mitigation of the development in question and just an opportunity for funding. So we switched to, I think, 3 north-south bands as a way essentially to provide money from the development intense parts of the city where the fees were being generated to the parks that were in great need of the resources, mainly Robinson Park and Villa Park. I don't know the specifics, but it might be that half of the money we've spent on parks in this city has gone to those 2 parks over some period of time, and deservedly so, because those are dense communities, and the young people and others that use those parks use them, and they need them. You're shaking your head, Mayor. We can check. I don't want to get sidetracked, but we have spent tens of millions of dollars at those 2 locations. But did we run the traps on that analysis for these proposals? Like, do they at least comply with the north-south bands?
Yes, so we had a nexus study that was done. The nexus study divided the city into 3 park districts: west going from north to south, and Marengo to the west is
Yeah,
the
we
west
covered all
district.
that.
Yeah, okay.
Does this comply?
But yes, these comply with
So
that. Yes, we
the
always
fees are
spend-
being generated within those north-south
Correct.
bands and being used within the north-south bands.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think enough said on that. I think if the council ever had an appetite to return to true mitigation, which is what the intent is of a residential impact fee, and I know you can do a nexus study that shows that a kid is going to take a bus from the border of South Pasadena to go across town, but the prior formula sort of speaks for itself. Not all the money, just half the money, should be used within a quarter mile of the new development so as to mitigate the need of those new residents for park and recreation space. So, okay, thank you. I did have questions for the others. Do you want me to go through all of mine?
Please.
Okay. So then, Mr. Reyes, you're probably up with your staff on water and power, and the presentation was chock-a-block full of lots of detail and numbers, but I'm concerned about the look and feel of the staff's commitment to be carbon-free by 2030. And I get that reasonable minds can differ, and we had a lot of debate about this before we adopted the mandate. We then had some very unfortunate episodes, and I really credit you, Mr. Reyes, and your team for sort of making amends about those, but those are things that are hard to forget. The staff commissioned a survey asking my constituents and the council's constituents if they agreed with the wisdom of the policy that the council had already adopted. That was insubordination of the highest measure. The council under our charter sets policy and the staff implements it, period. And if you can't do that for whatever reason, then this isn't the place for you. There was an investigation of that. It was, inconclusive. So be it. I know that some folks have moved on. But I still don't get the feeling that our staff is really committed to carbon-free. And I feel it when I hear words like affordability worked into the mix, and so I'm frustrated with that, especially given that we have a federal administration that's a flat-out climate denier. And we're not talking about, preferences or, I say tomato, you say tomato. We're talking about our planet is on fire. And we're not going to be able to do anything as a city, as a state, as a country, if we don't address climate change. And here we are in Pasadena with Caltech and Carnegie Observatories and JPL and some of the best and brightest Art Center College of Design, which designs all the cars that we drive, and increasingly those are electric vehicles, notwithstanding what the current administration says about that. Like, let me ask you, Mr. Reed, do we really own this? Are we all in?
110%. I think we are inching our way forward. The task is monumental. We are seriously committed to ensuring that we are setting the stage, we are setting the pace for other communities to follow with real concrete plans and real dollars towards these projects. I do understand the frustration with some of the projects being unfunded. But having a plan in place is really the first step. And then being able to identify what's the best way to go forward. I want to give a real example of our relationship with Caltech and some of the technology they're looking at. And this is going to be real game-changing stuff. And it's not quite ready for prime time, but we've been working very closely with them, and we hope to take advantage of some of what they're doing. It's just, we are not there at this moment in time. And the intent of the CIP this evening was to show through a plan that we are committed. There are a lot of dollars that are sort of behind the scenes that are needed. Our grid provides green electricity. Our grid provides green power. And without that grid, we don't have power. We don't have green power or dirty power. And so it's really important that we continue to support that grid. And so walking that balance and showing that we are, and affordability was built into 9977, that resolution. Wasn't the intent for us to say we're not going to do green power because we care about affordability. We're going to do it all. And I think this last go around of the 2-year rate study was important for us and important for the council and the public to understand that the system has real needs because we hadn't done that kind of increase in quite some time in terms of a real study. But moving forward, we don't want to be in that position again. We have the waypoint in 2028. We have real significant challenges ahead of us. And I think if we do nothing else, I think that we're about 86% carbon-free by 2030. The federal government that you've mentioned, Mr. Madison, has made it increasingly challenging to get new green power projects. And we've lost green power projects. That's a fact. And it's Kelly and her team have really worked hard to try to keep those going and find new ones. So we are absolutely committed. And I would say whatever happens this evening with the city council, it's going to be important for us to work very closely with MSC and the public to come up with a real funding plan, a real feasibility study, and then it has a real timeline associated with all of these projects. But we don't have the money to say that we are going to commit everything that's needed to get us to 100% carbon free by 2030 tonight. We can't find that money. But we can come up with a serious plan. We can work with the community. We can work with MSC to show how we are going to get there. And if the plan in front of the council this evening is not up to par, we would ask that we go back to MSC. We believe it does implement the council's goals and priorities, and they are varied. The balancing act is not an easy one. I know I'm rambling a bit here in terms of my response, but we are 110% committed to this goal.
And, part of it is, as I drive around other cities, I notice the parking structures that have awnings with solar in them. Do we have a single one?
The city does not own a single one.
And we just have to correct that. I mean, that is not the look and feel of a city with Caltech and JPL and Carnegie and all the rest that I said who's committed to carbon free. We're a leader. And we should look and feel like a leader. So when people are in Pasadena, they get it. And I could say the same about battery storage and about charging stations. I mean, every cell of our collective being should be carrying the word that we want to save the planet and we want to have clean energy. And this administration is going to change, I think, as soon as November. I think it's possible that there could be a big change in both chambers. And we need to be ready with a plan, and those funding streams will come back, you know. And I know we've had this debate before. We should have a capital budget that's aspirational, right? You would never want to have an unambitious capital plan. So I'm not concerned about the future number. You know, I've said before, I had 2 sons. If I had sat down when they were both born and said, man, I've got all these unfunded mandates, what am I going to do? You know, well, I'm going to work hard, make good decisions, and it'll happen. And so here too. But, you know, this is existential. It's an existential threat to our way of life. And we're going to see the costs if we don't do it in terms of the health and well-being of our residents. The, you know, the families that don't have air conditioning are going to suffer more, just on and on. So I'm buoyed by your answers, but I want to hold you to it. One example would be just, seems like there are a lot of fixed costs built into this budget that aren't really about carbon-free, but we're sort of counting them like they're the cost of carbon-free in a way to sort of, I don't know if you're managing expectations or just sort of trying to kill the buzz, but it's working, you know, among many in the community. They feel like it's not, again, that commitment isn't really there. So I'd like to see us work together to have the energy that we're putting into this, you know, be reflected. So I think that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly having the plan in place, but I would, one of the questions that I would ask is how many other cities are at 86% today? Very, very few that I'm aware of. And so we are and have been leading. It's that final push that is the most expensive push, and I'm concerned about the cost to our residents, and so our plan should look to address that. But I'm also concerned about the technology and the reliability. I mean, we just heard today, how many of our EV, we have 42 EV chargers, and how many, and I think at one point half of them were
Are we on questions now?
not operative. And so, yeah, and so I would ask that we address that as well as part of the presentation. I plan to ask about the availability of technology and reliability. Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Lyon, Mr. Hampton, and Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll start with parks and then move over to water and power, because that's the order I was in. And thank you for talking about turf, you know, natural versus artificial. I don't think there's any park that was more discussed about that than Hamilton Park, and you and I, Mayor, have heard so much from the public. What's the final result on that? Because of course, there's a big reservoir below it, and the Little League keeps talking about, you know, some kind of improvement. So where are we on that?
Yeah, Councilmember Masuda, that project, while we're evaluating it last year, whether it should be artificial turf or natural grass, we came with a proposal that it becomes a natural grass field for that reason specifically, that the reservoir is down below and natural grass was a better suited option. Because the depth of the reservoir is shallow, we can't put lights on that field. As part of our presentation showed, fields that have lights play longer. And so in investing in artificial turf in a facility that's not able to put up lights would not have been a smart investment. So in consulting that with Public Works and the team, we had recommended moving forward for Hamilton with natural grass. So that project is in design phase and or bidding phase. That project is moving forward. It would be natural grass at Hamilton Park for the purpose of the investment would not be, the outcome of the investment would not be worth, because we don't have the lights and play the longer hours. Our previous presentations highlight 3,120 primetime hours if you have lights. If not, practically about half of that, you know, is what you play. But Hamilton will be natural grass for that purpose.
Great. The same discussion came at the dog park, and your staff was great. I met with them. We had residents there, and they were trying to push their opinions. Where are we on that? I mean, I know they're trying some things, and your staff was just great with working with the residents then.
Yeah, Councilmember Soto, thank you for that question again. We did not recommend or not recommending artificial turf for the dog park for a number of reasons, because for the dogs, as they urinate and defecate, the turf would be a lot more challenging to keep up and to keep it sanitized. Natural grass is the best option there. However, as you've seen, given the amount of use that it gets and not the rest period, the turf eventually dies out. So the plan with staff is to kind of identify areas where we can cordon off, reseed, allow the grass to grow and rest, and start changing them over so that you have ability for the dogs to continue to play while we are resting and reseeding an area. So at that location, we've looked at a number of different options, like pea gravel and mulch. None of those are ideal for dog owners. A lot of dog owners prefer one versus the other. Best option we felt would be the grass, so we're gonna do our best to continue growing grass there, yet shrunken areas for the rest of the dogs to play as we renovate regularly.
Thank you for working on that.
Sure.
Okay, I'll move over to water and power now, Mayor, and have a couple questions. I have the same concerns as Steve has about the 2030 day and date and being 100% renewable by then, especially when you have these reservoir projects and that you have to replace, and cost of mainline replacements and other upgrades. I worry about making that date, David.
And so do we.
Okay.
I mean, this is real, and
Okay.
it's real dollars, and, but we're, I think, very much committed. We have to keep our eye on technology. We have to understand what it's going to cost, and then ultimately, those will be council decisions. I think when council approved the OSP and the recent IRP, the intent was to have this 2028 waypoint for a reason, so that we can continue to evaluate, make sure we're making progress, and adjust as needed. I think that the CIP, again, before you this evening, does commit dollars, real dollars, and has a real plan towards achieving that goal. And we are really excited about it. We've I think, had so many wins in the last couple of years with respect to meeting these goals. I think everybody on staff is very proud to work for PWP because of the council policy direction, and being stewards of the environment is really important to us and paramount to our mission.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for your report. And but 2030 is in just 4 years from now, and that's the big worry right now. So.
And if I may, I think there's a couple things I'd like to highlight too. So first of all, the water fund dollars, those are allocated just for water fund projects, so that's a separate issue. So I think you can take comfort in knowing that none of the funding that's for the water projects is gonna come out of the electric side of things. So those two are, although we're one department, we absolutely segregate those costs. The second is I'd like to highlight some strategies that we've actually started using towards funding the 2030 goal that I might not have highlighted loudly enough. So the first is the use of the public benefits funds. That's a fund that's something that has not been utilized historically for capital investments. It's an eligible cost to use towards the 2030 goal. So that was one strategy that we used this year that we have not used in the past. The other is, historically, I think our management probably would not have put in unfunded projects. Historically, we've only put in funded projects, but in order to show the intention to build out these projects to meet these goals, we put it in there in the first place and then ran it through the financial rigors of what can we really afford and when can we afford it, and use that as a sort of barometer versus just saying we're not going to put it in there because we know we can't fund it. We know that we need to have that in there, so we have these projects, so we identified that this is the cost-effective way to get to 2030. So I just wanted to sort of amplify a couple of those strategies that were included this year that were not there in the past.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Hampton, and Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. On Parks and Rec, I'm
satisfied with the approach of just putting in the dollars without allocating which kind of turf they're going to and sending that back to MSC. I remain unconvinced about artificial turf, that it makes sense either financially or environmentally or for the players, but I'm happy to have all of that conversation there. On water and power, I want to start by saying I in a lot of sometimes in our comments, certainly in the public comment, there's a lot of kind of poo-pooing the other things we need to pay attention to and the competing priorities that are at play here, and I want to really validate those. The whole system has to work. It is all of a piece. It all goes together. It is all part of the 2030 goal in a broad sense, but certainly AMI is a key piece of the 2030 goal. So that's important. The Goodrich upgrades are critical. All of that matters. I want to, but I'm concerned that we're going the wrong direction. There was a time when we were saying that we were on target to be at 92 or 93% carbon free by 2030, and tonight's the first time I've heard the 86%. I knew we had lost contracts, but that's a big drop. We're headed the wrong direction with that. And hopefully there are other external contracts we can bring in to fill in some of that gap, because that means we're not maxing out Goodrich at this point. But I'm not sure I fully understand what we're investing and what we're doing next year. So are we doing 6 megawatts next year?
I think what's funded versus what we actually build, I think are two different things, but we have the funding for all of the new projects that we identified, the municipal solar canopies throughout the city. I believe it's a total of 8, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's 4 facilities with 2 megawatts is the first tranche. Yes.
So all we're doing next year is still 2 megawatts.
Right, but we have funded the other amount.
Why are we not spending those funds?
So know if we can get it done. It takes time to procure, it takes time to, we have the RFP out, it's done, we've been working with council, but we're not gonna build it ourselves, and so it'll just take some time. I think after this first go-around, we're gonna have a real sense of how long it actually takes. We saw PUSD's presentation on their canopies, and they had a pretty aggressive timeline. We have reached out to their consultant to see if we can get some of that and understand how they're doing that. So, Councilmember, it's not a matter of us not wanting to spend. We've allocated the dollars, and I would say that if we are ready to go, we would come back to this council and ask for appropriation next fiscal year, if we can get it done.
So we've allocated 6 of the 20 megawatts we need for next year.
It's not, so we worked with staff to just make sure that we could actually accomplish the actual project. So we have a total of 20 megawatts throughout the plan to get there by 2030. Right. We just, our concern, my concern with putting money in next budget year and not spending it is that then we're acting as if we need to recover that from our ratepayers sooner than, I want to make sure if it's in the next fiscal year that we can absolutely execute that, so that we're, and then we have the rest of the plan. I think there's site identification, all those kinds of things that go into the just construction of these
So I might be the
facilities.
only person in the room who doesn't understand the answer you're giving me.
Okay.
I bet I'm not.
But, I'm gonna clarify.
Do we have 6 megawatts in for next year, or don't we?
It is not,
No.
No.
We have 2 megawatts in
Yes.
for next year. Okay, I think that's inconsistent with the direction we gave you last time. And I do think it's inconsistent with meaningfully moving forward on the goal. And so I want to go back to Mr. Madison's point. You and I have had many talks about this, offline and online, and I know that you are committed to this goal. And yet, I see throughout the city talking about this, both in the city manager's office and in PWP, a kind of careful distancing. And I want to point out that in the city manager's letter to us, cover letter on the operating budget, it describes this as the city council's policy goal of achieving 100% carbon-free energy by 2030. And I want to say to you clearly, the city council's goals are the city's goals. And once we set a policy goal, that then directs how operations happen. And so this is our goal. This is Pasadena's goal. And it is your job to make it happen, or to come to us and say, we cannot either fiscally responsibly make it happen, or we cannot technologically make it happen. And so this tension keeps coming up where we have to push and push and push, and we get a little bit of movement, but not that much. So I don't know how you've allocated the funds for next year. I understand that the deferred, I care a lot about deferred maintenance, and I'm very into getting rid of it. And I'm into getting rid of our 4-year leases on all these offices around the city. I think we're going to consolidate a lot of city departments into one building is my hope. So I'm glad we took out the design for your one building. But I don't have any way of knowing that you're choosing the right projects for next year and what deferred maintenance we could defer a little longer to get this done. But I don't believe that 2 megawatts, when we need to get to 20 in 4 years, is sufficient.
If I could just,
Yeah, sure.
I would clarify one thing, Lynn, before you jump in, and just going back 2 steps, Councilmember Lyon, I may have misspoke and I got corrected by Kelly. On an annual basis, we're still at 97%. So we're there in terms of that annual basis. But there's the.
And I like looking at both numbers,
absolutely.
as you know. So
Yes,
the 97, but 86 on the hourly.
So we're working towards
Which
that.
is the real goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, but I just wanted to state that for the record. I think it is important that we lead that way.
Me too.
And as far as being able to spend more and do more solar next fiscal year, like we have dollars that are allocated, real dollars that we've allocated, but it's for the following fiscal year. I would say that once we start the process, I think that it's been directed by the city council that we report every quarter to the MSC on how we're doing the OSP implementation. We have that report ready to go. We got sidetracked a little bit with the budget presentations and where we are, so we're ready to bring that forward and share. And I think that it's really important that we remain flexible to show you that we are committed. And if we can do more than that, we want to do more than that. And if we can't, we want to explain why or what in the RFP process folks didn't come forward, or they were saying that it was so much more expensive than we actually anticipated. But we wanted to be realistic about what we can build because we've never done this before. And I know 2 megawatts doesn't sound like a lot. It's pretty expensive to do that, and we want to make sure we get it right. This is ratepayer dollars. So, but we are committed, and we can go much faster than that if that's where technology allows us to do. And we'll keep reporting out to MSC. We'll be very transparent about that process and the full council as needed. But we're ready to report out next month on how we're doing and some very specifics, because we have a brand new proposal we want to share with you about solar. Because again, it's not just about us, it's working with community, and if there's private sector ability to do that, and we have that proposal we want to share with you. So we've been thinking about all these things, and that saves the ratepayer dollars, but gets us towards the same goal. So but we hear you, and I hear your frustration, sir.
Incredible work on the solar incentives for the community, and all of that I think is great. I do hear the point that some people have raised in public comment that to ask other people to buy into the system when we're not making a substantial, and we are making an investment. I understand that, but I think maybe we could do more. Lastly, last question. I'm not sure if I understand what the 600,000 feasibility study. I thought we did the feasibility as part of the optimized strategic plan. So what are we trying to figure out?
I think that optimized strategic plan really set the stage for how much we needed and of what type of resource. And I think the council then legitimized that and said, look, we want this amount of solar, this amount of storage, and that was really helpful. This feasibility plan would actually identify site-specific locations and identify approximately how much we think it would cost and how long it would take to build. And that was the intent of doing that feasibility study, so we can come back and have that honest conversation with the council and the public about how fast we can actually go. Because we hear the frustration, we want to go fast. Things unfortunately take a little bit longer, but that was the intent of reallocating that money towards the feasibility study.
Okay, that was it for questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Cole.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions and Councilmember Lyons' path you started. I was going to ask similar questions, so I will not belabor the point. But I do think that our ultimate goal is the city's whole goal, right? And so I appreciate you bringing that up. And I think that your department does an amazing works at, with all of the challenging conflicts you guys have to deal with, right? You have reliability. Reliability is key. I'm not going to sit here and say to anyone that this goal outweighs reliability. Reliability is everything in this. Making sure that these lights are on, making sure that water is being able to be pumped, and making sure that we have power coming into the city is our main goal, because we supply power to our residents. Now, we definitely want to supply clean power to our residents, and we want it to be 100% green energy. And that is the goal of the city as a whole, because this council has made that our goal. So I just wanted to state that. But, as you mentioned in, the CIP, there are some pieces, and I appreciate Councilmember Lyon once again bringing up the grid, right? A part of getting to our goal, we have to update our infrastructure. And so I don't understand why a piece of these dollars, or at least there's not a asterisk, and I'm not trying to diminish what people are asking for, but that should be explained extremely clearly to our residents to know that we are getting to this goal, but we do have to update Goodrich. And so right now, how much are we able to receive in from Goodrich? So how much are we able to receive into the city now? Just to clarify.
The contractual amount,
Yes,
360,
360,
336.
336. And what is our goal? What do we need to be able to receive if we go 100, once we go, not if we go, once we go 100%?
Yeah, it's actually a little bit more complex than just the Goodrich answer, because part of what we're being asked to do, and we are taking on that challenge, is to build the local solar and the local storage, and that relieves the need to import as much electricity, right? So having the 75 megawatts of storage and 100 megawatts of solar really relieves some of the increased demands that we're going to see. The other thing that we're working on, I think has been mentioned, is the AMI, and that's going to help with demand response, because we know that if we can help our customers charge at optimized times, in other words, if they're charging their vehicles late at night and not during the peak hour usage, that helps with our grid stabilization as well. So we're not looking necessarily to make major improvements in terms of contractual agreements at this point in time, but just making sure that the system is working as it should, and making sure that it's reliable, so the amount of electricity we're able to import remains stable, and we can think about the advances in technologies that are going to help us with our increased forecasted demand.
Okay, thank you. And I know we've had a lot of discussions about this at MSC, so I'm sure that there will be more to follow. So I won't go into the whole entire grid discussion tonight. It's very interesting, though. The other question is, where are we at with the battery storage? That was a question that was brought up, and I'm sure it will come up in public comment. That wasn't on the CIP.
Battery storage?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a $85 million project that we are hoping to break ground on in the next several months, and that's it's going to be really significant for the city. The larger project, the 100 megawatt storage, is identified as an actual project, and we have it phased out. We just don't have the funding for it at this point in time, not all of it. We have to demolish a building, there's asbestos, there's abatement. That part's the easy part. Figuring out what sort of technology we'll use. Is it going to be 4 hour, or is it going to be 8 hour battery? Those are unknowns. Maybe there's a different technology outside of the current technologies that exist today. Fuel cells or something else that'll be clean that we can use. And so we don't have all of that funding, but it's a $320 million project at this point in time based on what our estimates are. and we have not allocated that amount of money towards the project. So we have the project there, but it's not funded.
Not funded yet, okay. And then the other question is, our headquarters, the potential of, what, you mentioned in your presentation, you believe that would be a savings of approximately $1 million?
Yeah, and I want to clarify, I think as Councilmember Lyon has stated, we want to work closely with the city manager's office just to make sure that, the best approach for our ratepayers and our residents is taken, meaning it may be better to not look at PWP itself, even though we're spread out amongst the 4 or 5 different sites. It may be best to think of a larger building that would accommodate multiple off-site departments that are currently out there, whether it's DOT or rent stabilization, those other departments, if we can buy a single building and we could be a part of that. So the idea of the headquarters building has been thought of before, but I think that we're beyond that, and we think that would actually result in significantly more savings, more than the $1 million if we can consolidate all of our leases offsite.
Okay, thank you. And I would be supportive of that if we were able to present it in a way, well, not present it in a way, but legitimately be saving money. If we're not legitimately saving money, I think continue to doing what we've been doing may be our best plan of action at this time. Of course, affordability is key, so you mentioned that in your presentation early on. My other question is, we have 4 years to achieve this. And is the city in your way? I mean, the amount of permits that we require for a resident just to be able to do a basic remodel of their bathroom, are we in the way of your progress to be able to move our initiative, our goal forward?
No, but sometimes I feel like we're in the way of our residents. I wanted to clarify, Councilmember, because I think it's important for the record, you asked about an increase, and Vroojan's correctly letting me know that the plan is to go to 420 as opposed to 336. So whether that's going to happen is
That was Goodrich, by the way.
Absolutely, largely with SCE. But
I'm just going back in time for the
I
people
wanted to
that are
make sure
watching.
that was for the record, that's our goal that we want to achieve with Edison. I don't think there's anything in the permitting side, on the city side, that is slowing us down. And I don't want to suggest that CEQA or NEPA is slowing us down. It's a necessary requirement. Those are state laws and federal laws that we must follow for environmental protection, but they do take time and they're costly. I think the Sunset Reservoir, because of adding the NEPA components, probably added 8 months to that project, just in terms of the planning. So these things do take time, but in terms of city processes and city planning, I would say that the most recent experience is working with the planning department for a conditional use permit on the Broadway BES, and that was done very expeditiously. There was not a delay, there was no hiccups. So the permitting, I would say, is in place and streamlined for what we need to do.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not in the way of. I just want to make sure we're not in the way of the progress your department is making on behalf of our residents in our city. And if we do get in the way, right, I would hope that your department would come back to us and say, you know what, there's some policies that need to be changed.
Ms. Byrne, you have a reminder somewhere. Sounds like.
Yeah. Your phone works for sure. I think those were my questions for Power, and I appreciate your answers, David, and look forward to us getting that goal achieved, and appreciate your commitment by telling Councilmember Madison that you're 110% in on this, and I believe that from your staff as well. I have questions of Park now. Hey, Coco.
How you doing, sir?
Thank you for your presentation, super helpful. You had mentioned that they were going to, let's start off with turf.
Sure.
Because that was the last one that's going to be coming to MSC. And I appreciate all the users being here today. I think that instead of us having that come to an MSC meeting here in council, I think we should have our MSC meeting at Villa Park or Robinson Park so that we could hear from the families and the users directly on what they would like to see in their parks. So I'd be, I know that the chair is on, so hopefully we can have a special meeting at one of those locations. And I think part of that discussion, we should also talk about what the health implications are of using artificial turf. So I just want to make sure that parents are completely aware of, what all entails with turf.
Yep.
So, then for the tennis courts. So in the past, we have had done some tennis courts at Brookside. I just bring up one, and I know that there was some warranty issues in the past, and they redid some. I forget the year that was redone, but I've heard from users at Brookside that those courts are actually again in disrepair. Now, and it sounds like our courts are in disrepair in a lot of different places throughout the city. And so my question is, it seems like iTennis has the majority of the time on our courts. Like if anybody wants to go down there and just play tennis on a pickup, like just with friends, there are a lot of blackout hours, you can't use it. And so I assume that there's we have a contractual agreement with iTennis, of course, and they're utilizing our space. As far as maintenance goes, I know the maintenance is on us, but there should be a shared agreement, especially when they use that much time on our courts. I mean, these are not private courts, these are public courts. And so there's got to be a public benefit to having that much blackout time. And the public benefit should be that iTennis be partially responsible for maintaining our courts. And if that means that we need to increase our fees, then we should do that. So that those courts are maintained appropriately.
Yeah, Councilmember Hampton, you are correct. iTennis, we do have an agreement with iTennis where they do reserve the courts on a pay for play. Individuals who want to reserve their courts go through them for that down at Brookside specifically. There's actually one court that's open for the public to use at any given time. And you're also correct that the current agreement actually puts the burden of the replacement or the resurfacing onto the city at this point. We'll evaluate all of that as we move forward with the plans. And Brookside Park is one of the sites we're looking at for the future years and the coming years to replace and resurface the tennis courts there as well.
Okay, and then you had mentioned that you're planning on updating some shade structures over, the seating areas for fans for watching games, and I think that's great. But where are we at with the shade structures over play areas? Because the play areas should be not trying to, actually I am. They should be top priority because those play areas are used all the time. Baseball fields, softball fields are not used every single day. And a lot of those games, at least the matches that I see, I guess that some of them are in the day, but it seems like a lot of them are more in the evening times because it's a little cooler, or they're really early in the morning.
Yeah, Councilmember Hampton, there were a number of playground shade structure projects that were completed the past couple of years by our friends in Public Works. And I know there is a couple more that's lined up. Now it's seeking funding to be able to address those as we come up. We identify this as a separate project so that it doesn't interfere with the funds dedicated to the playground shade structures. Yet, as you suggested, there are a lot of times weekends, especially in the summer when there's heavy activity, most of these, the bleacher areas for the spectators don't get any sun at all. So they're both going to be priorities as we move forward, looking for opportunities for funding to be able to address them both. We're working closely with Public Works on the playground shade structures, and I'm not sure if there are any in the mix at the moment, but there were several that were completed in the last couple of years, including Washington recently, and Viña Vieja, maybe one coming up for funding as well.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as fitness equipment upgrades, and I appreciate you mentioning Area H potentially being on the list, even though it's unfunded right now, but hopefully we will get some funding.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like Memorial Park will be one that will get some upgrades, and the Memorial Park setup is actually Pretty nice because you can run around the park and stop at different sections and use different equipment. So it's like a whole circuit training thing going on there.
That is the intent for Memorial. Also, if you look at Brookside Park around the fields, they also have the stations that you can walk around and be able to do it. So Brookside and Area H right now, they are not funded, but we're recommending approval of projects so we can continue seeking funding. And at Memorial, there is a number of stations, as you suggest. You can exercise in one, trek onto the next, exercise and move on. We're looking at keeping the same layout and only changing the equipment to something that's more any abled individual, any body individual can use it. So you're using your own body strength to be able to maneuver. So it doesn't require you to be very fit. You can have any physical ability and be able to use those. So that's the standard we're looking at.
I appreciate that. And have we spoken to any of the fitness enthusiasts that utilize our parks? Because I'm going to be quite honest with you, the equipment that we have at our parks sucks, all of it. And I've been to multiple different parks, San Francisco, different places, and they have equipment that is anybody can use, and it's just way more functional. I mean, the range of motion on some of the equipment that we have down there it's
limited.
Very. I don't even know. I mean, I don't know why it's there. They're essentially seats.
Yeah, to your point, Councilmember Hampton, yes, that is exactly what we're doing. We haven't spoken to any fitness enthusiasts, but based on our experience and the practices, we are looking at equipment, upper body, lower body, legs, arms. They're going to be variety, and they're going to be the ones that any individual can use. Doesn't have to be a fitness guru to be able to use them. So that's the plan going forward.
And I would just ask you guys and your team to actually talk to some of the experts that are looking at or at least looking at some of the other locations. And I have a lot of different parks that I've been to, and I've sent you some emails as well of different apparatuses that I think Pasadena could really benefit from. By the way, this 17 minutes was never reset. Just wanted to let that. I'm just making because it says 17. I'm like, I ain't been on this for 17. So I have. No, it was 5 minutes when I started though. Anyway, there's a clock up here, everybody.
Thank you for highlighting that.
All right, and then my last one for you, Coco, is hillsides. So we've heard or you've gotten some emails about the goats, and a lot of positive emails about the goats. As a matter of fact, a lot of people with kids, they love them. People want to go do yoga with them. People want to feed them, take random stuff down there and start feeding the goats, which is actually kind of crazy. But you know what? It works. It's got a lot of people interested in going to the park, and that's great. Have we looked at, because some people have brought up in some emails that there may be some soil compaction issues. I don't know if we've had anybody go out and look at that, or have we looked at, after the goats are done, reseeding areas with native seeds or replanting some of the areas, just to be able to stabilize the hillsides?
Yeah, Councilmember, thank you for bringing that question. Yes, we've had a lot of positive feedback from the community about the goats, and the attempt for years to really have a structural brush abatement program. And this actually is addressing those concerns that were raised in addressing future fires. Yes, we do have a plan. This is the first phase. The clearance is the first phase. Staff is looking at seed options for some native flowers that we planted in some of those areas. We even have the Royal Seco Foundation that is stepped up and said they'll be willing to donate some plants, native plants, that we're going to work with local organizations and conduct a planting program as another phase. As we get done with the clearance, we'll look at planting and seeding for the future. And yes, goats do eat a lot more. No, we've heard a lot of concerns. We're consulting with the fire chief on if there are any concerns about the erosion and the concerns that were raised. And we're looking at a plan going forward to do seeding and additional planting. So we start revitalizing those areas and make it more of a community event where we can invite the community to help us and work with us in doing the planting in those areas. So yes, it is a plan for next phase being to get the life going back into the areas.
And the last question, not about the goats, but just about hillside maintenance. Some of the areas that the goats were not able to get, we still have contractual agreements with, I guess,
yes,
humans
I believe it's
to do what
Greenfields.
they
We do
normally
have a contractor, brush abatement contractor, that will handle all of the areas that we don't have the goats working. We focus on the goats in areas where it's not as easily accessible, and we didn't want mechanical, removals. So we have a brush abatement contract that is constantly still moving throughout those other areas to be able to address brush abatement. It's gonna be a year-round program for us.
Why don't we address those issues when we come back for operational as opposed to.
Fine, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm done. That was my
Yeah,
last one.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, when they're presented operation, today we're just opening it up. Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Jones.
Before you start the clock. Mr. I have a procedural question. It's nearly 10 o'clock. We haven't heard from the public. We have the operating budget to be presented. Are we going to get to rent board appointments? Because if we're not, we probably should let people go home.
I'm going to answer that with saying the rest of your May meetings don't get any easier. We
Okay.
could,
Okay.
I would just say we could schedule them at the very beginning, but you can have a room full of people for ESG at the next meeting, and then the next meeting after that
No,
is.
I'm prepared to stay. I was just wanting, if we were going to come to 11 o'clock and not get to it, I wouldn't want people to.
I
stay.
agree with you. I'm glad you brought it up. I just want to state that there's just not a lot of capacity. in the-
Okay, so.
Fair enough.
Start the
Well, let's
clock.
just move things along.
Let me, very brief preface, which is I appreciate the comments of Mr. Madison, Mr. Lyon, Mr. Masuda, and Mr. Hampton about our commitment to 100% renewable. My questions are about the numbers, not about trust. We've talked about that, David, and we'll continue to do so. But the numbers. So, the total corrected because there was a math error in the table. The total for all of the projects, 1 through 69, is 1.771 billion. 428 million has been appropriated already, leaving over an unfunded portion of 1.343 billion. Out of that, 112 million is being, and this is all electric, is being allocated this year, leaving a total of in the next 3 fiscal years, not the 31 and out there, but because that's past our 2030 goal. In the next 3 years, after this year, we have $1.077 billion that we need to fund, according to the plan. Now, could you, Lynn, call up the slide that has the nature of the funding for the next several years, the bar chart, which shows bond, ratepayer, unfunded. What we don't have clarity on, and maybe you don't, but probably you do, is which of the projects that are shown as having funding in that year are unfunded in your chart. In other words, 278 million is allocated in 29, but approximately 40% of that I think is not, you don't have funding identified for 40% of that 278 million.
Oh,
Sorry, Lynn.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
So in fiscal 20, let's take 29. There is $278 million worth of projects that you've identified that you would like to fund, and you have allocated funding for them, but you don't know the source of approximately 60% of that funding. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, so the question is, of the 278 million that you've allocated, do you know which projects you're funding with the 40% that you have in hand, and which projects are unfunded, or is that to be TBD?
We do. I do have it in a very colorful spreadsheet. But so all of the project sheets have the funding source identified by project. So I do have that represented. I have it in a worksheet that I can absolutely share of what's funded and what's unfunded. So it breaks it down into primarily 3 funding sources for all of those. It would be the power fund, power bond, or unidentified.
Sure. Okay. So here are 2 points prefatory to asking questions about the numbers that back them up. One is when we buy power, it comes to us and we use it. When we buy solar, once we've paid for it, it's free.
So when you say when we buy power, so we have long-term contracts for power, and it's all put into a market. So, and it's all to meet our load demands. So it's really not, it's not that simple. Every transaction that we have on the market when we're buying power, we're typically serving our own load. And it's serving our load throughout the entire year. So I guess there's really no simple way to answer that, because the solar energy on a day when we're not using it ourselves, then we also have a contract to buy that energy from elsewhere, and we're not necessarily importing it, but we are paying for it because we've secured a contract for it. So there's sort of a balance, and it depends on the day and our total load. So it's not
I
something
understand
that's
those
easy for me
nuances,
to
and those are appropriate to
simplify.
point out.
Okay.
But the reality is that if we finance through a bond additional solar, we're paying the upfront costs with that bond.
Correct.
And then we're paying it back over 30 years. And over that 30 years, we've amortized the cost of securing that solar, and then it's ours.
Yeah.
And then we can continue to generate power for as long as those solar arrays work.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I'm hoping that we are focused on financing early on in the same spirit, Mr. Reyes, of getting rid of our lease payments by owning a building. Whether we build it, which I think we don't need to do, or whether we buy it, which is the more economical way to go about in today's market. If we buy power that we own, that's better than buying power that we don't own. And so it seems to me that as we look at the $81 million of estimated cost of getting to 20 megawatts of municipal solar, those projects should be clearly funded through presumably the bond issues, rather than pay as you go, because again, we're amortizing that source of power, which will carry through the whole 30 years of the bonding. So it seems to me that we ought to focus our ratepayer funding on those projects where we're putting out money, but we're not getting any return on that investment. And so I don't know why we wouldn't fund 100% of our solar, and a similar principle around battery. What the numbers cause in terms of distrust is we don't see a financing plan for that aspect. And I think I agree with Mr. Lyon about this year, but between now and 2030, I think we need from you, not tonight, but before we finalize this CIP, this portion of the CIP, we need a plan for how you're going to get to 20 megawatts of municipal solar and 50 more megawatts of battery. And I don't think we have that plan in front of us.
Yeah, and I would say too, That's why my preference is for unidentified. There's certain things in here that are council, council policy decisions that we need to consider of, you know, when we want to fund these things. We don't have rate increases past what council adopted rate increases are in this capital improvement plan. We didn't want to get ahead. So that's one way of doing it, is putting, you know, additional raising rates in order to fund some of these things. There's other funding mechanisms that we would be able to present to you to say, what are these revenue?
I don't see we need to raise rates for something that's going to be a return on our investment. I understand why we raise rates for things that we need to buy, that we don't have money for. But if something is going to pay us back the investment, then we need to invest in it. That is the difference between the public sector and the private sector. In the public sector, we're always worried about the price of things. In the private sector, they have this thing called return on investment. And it doesn't matter what the price is, it matters what the investment returns are. And every megawatt of purchase power, there's no return on that investment. We buy it, we use it. We buy it, we use it. We buy it, we use it. Similarly, when we put money into maintaining our system, while that's a long-term investment that pays off in terms of reliability over decades, there's no return on that investment. We have to do that, as has been said. But when we invest in battery and solar, we don't have to buy other people's megawatts because we are generating those megawatts with the dollars we've invested. And that's the part that I don't understand why we haven't grasped that fundamental principle that when we have local solar, we don't have to put it through Goodrich. We're resilient when Goodrich goes down, and we own it for as long as it's there. So that's we ought to be prioritizing that, not because Pasadena 100 is yelling at you, not because the planet is on fire, both of which are true, but because we're going to make money on it. And so why wouldn't we invest dollars in things we're going to make money on?
I agree with what you're saying, and I do think that we've basically put in that we're bonding for as much as we can in order to remain sort of fiscally solvent. Like, we have to have a certain amount of revenue in order to be accountable to the bondholders who are investing in us when they buy our bonds. The other component of it is that through the OSP, we do know that solar is gives us a return on investment, but it doesn't give us any return on investment at night when it's cloudy. It's really not that, it's the batteries, yeah, sorry. The battery is a component of it, right? And that's why we can't put everything. If solar was a base load technology, we would absolutely be investing.
Every solar megawatt that we store, we don't have to buy. So at night, if the solar we generated in the daytime is stored in the battery, then we don't have to buy that energy because we have it in our batteries.
We do, and we also know that right now the technology there is for a 4-hour battery. So that's not going to get you, that's why we're looking for advances in long duration energy storage, these kinds of components. There's just some operational things that make it so that solar.
What's our peak demand at 2 in the morning? 4 hours past sunset, we've hit our peak. We've passed our peak. We don't need to light up the city at 2 a.m. Yes, there are street lights. Yes, there are people whose computers are running at night. But our peak is where it's costly. And 4 hours of batteries, which will get better, carries us past our peak. So solar is not as unreliable if it's matched with batteries. It carries us through it allows us not to have to buy power because we own the power. So this is question period. I won't argue, we can talk about this later.
Yeah.
The other concern I have, which I've raised with the general manager, is I don't understand why we're taking the $7 million out of public benefit. We are expecting to get 50 megawatts of local solar from residential, commercial, and institutional, 20 from municipal. So we're taking money that we could use to leverage that 50 million, for which we don't have to pay anything for that energy because people are generating it themselves. So why aren't we using the public benefit money to get to the 50 megawatt goal of off our books, instead of using that public benefit money to offset our costs for the 20 megawatts?
All of the public benefit fund dollars have been allocated to solar projects. The 7 million that was,
Our solar.
yeah,
No, that's what I'm saying. Why are we dedicating public benefit to our solar when we should be putting the public benefit to ratepayer solar, to the institutional, commercial, and residential? We're expecting 50 megawatts of
oh, you're
solar
saying
off
revamp
our books.
Okay, so giving rebates and incentives
Yeah.
to, oh, okay.
Because we've got to get to 50. That's an ambitious goal.
Mr. Cole?
Last thing. I'm still 5 minutes under Mr. Hampton.
Well, that's let me
There's
say
just
that's
one question, one question.
That's a high bar we're hoping you don't reach.
Why are we pricing 100 megawatts of additional battery when we have 25 and our goal is to get 75 more? 75 more.
Yeah, and I think that it was a range between 75 and 100. I think that if we're able to do that project and it comes out to be 75, then it would be less money. It's $324 million right now, and we're anticipating about 100 megawatts, but that's our conservative estimate now. I don't think that we're trying to over-procure on the battery side, but we're just looking at what that project could be in terms of the space.
Okay. Well, then I'll conclude with this. I agree with Mr. Lyon. We don't need to spend the next year spending $650,000 on figuring out where to put solar. I think we need to be putting, we have an RFP for 2, correct?
Yeah, it's not specific, it's more, yes, yes, that's correct. We have that ready to go. We're working with the city attorney for the very specific sites that are city-owned buildings. But the idea, just to clarify the feasibility in terms of where, it's not just about identifying a parking lot. There's also conduits underground, making sure that we have the infrastructure available. So we want to do all those studies to say, yeah, there might be a great spot here that has it's an open.
That's helpful.
Right, so,
That's
but
helpful.
we are looking at the infrastructure associated with the costs of putting in that solar. So that's the intent.
And so will that $650,000 buy us a plan for where we're going to put 18 megawatts of solar?
That is the intent. That is
Okay.
absolutely the intent.
And what funding is in this plan beyond the 2 megawatts?
Not for next year, but again, it's $27 million towards solar, and I believe that gets us
When is that?
the following
the
fiscal year.
So you've put in $20 million in fiscal '28.
I'm going to pull up the exact numbers. I know between
Okay. So
now and
there's-
2028, we have 27 is what we
Yes.
have.
So there's 9 million for 2 megawatts in fiscal 27, 28. And then the second phase, which is 4 megawatts, there's 2.7 million in fiscal 28 and 15.3 million in 2029. So they're all sort of staggered as if they're probably straddling 2 fiscal years.
So it's not in the next 2 years, it's the next 3 years?
Yeah, yes.
And we would hope that would go much faster. But the funding is there, is the intent. And if we needed to reappropriate, that would certainly be council's decision if we could build it faster.
We're going to hear from the public. I'll desist.
Yeah, what I understood staff to be saying is we could put it in the CIP, but the work's not going to get done. And so by putting it in the CIP, then it may cause rate increases or may cause people to believe we're increasing rates and not being able to do the work.
But Mayor,
But no,
that's
I'm
not true.
just- Well,
That's not true. We have tens of millions of dollars of other projects for which we have allocated funding in out years.
No, I understand that, but I think the
Question is, which projects should we be funding?
The staff is making a commitment to come back as the work can be done and appropriate the money for those projects. Am I correct about that?
Yes, we would. If
Yeah.
we can operationally get it in any
That's right.
faster, we will absolutely come back to council as soon as we can and ask to appropriate that dollars.
Yeah.
But again, we have appropriated
We-
money in out years in this plan that we're approving, we're being asked to approve tonight. We have projects in out years, funding in out years for projects that are not solar and battery. And so the question is, in those out years, have we allocated enough money? No, we can't spend it this year, okay, but if we know we're gonna do Goodrich upgrade 3 years from now, and so we've put into our plan X number of dollars to get there, then I'm asking, and I think the majority of the council is asking, for a clear plan of how we're gonna get there, not just on the ones that we know we're gonna fund now, but the ones that are going begging for funding right now because we sort of throw up our hands and say, well, TBD.
I think there are two issues. One, the estimate of the project, and two, the timing, the allocation of the dollars, and then the timing of the appropriation to get the actual project done. Three separate issues. I think we've certainly have the estimates. We are allocating budgetarily, but we're not appropriating until we believe that the work is ready to be done. Am I understanding that correctly?
Partly, but the other part, Mayor, is that we don't have the money.
That's right. And so that gets to Mr. Cole's second point of, if we were to say, well, we buy the equipment and suddenly, we have no costs, can we then service, I guess, I don't know with what dollars, but Mr., and maybe I'm just repeating what you're saying, what I believe you're saying. Are there some sort of savings there that we then use to service the debt? And that's where I'm having a problem, because if we're not selling the power and recovering our costs with
Our municipal solar, we are selling.
Well, our municipal solar, but
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
what we're talking about, is 20 megawatts of municipal solar. We
That's-
will be generating 20 megawatts of municipal solar. If we have adequate battery storage, we can sell it all.
And that's the issue is that I'm hearing, is that the technology may not be there. I mean, the only time we light up the city is at night, and from a municipal point of view. And if we don't have the storage to light up the city when we need it at night, then that becomes a public safety issue. It becomes, in all sorts of ways. And so what I'm hearing is the technology may not have caught up with our goals, but we'll get to that. But that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and it's just that solar is a very important component of getting to the carbon-free goal, but it's not all of it. And so we're trying to present a plan to you that gets there with the battery storage, all of it combined, and sort of all of the projects to get there. And I would say add on to what Mayor Gordo has said is also that, so we're really, nothing in fiscal year 27 is unfunded. Everything that we have for the next budget year, in which council will be approving right now, is fully funded. And so we wanted to make that, that assertion that we think that those projects are gonna get done. And we also wanted the flexibility as things emerge and we get these plans, that we have the ability to speed things up as well. Like really everything until fiscal year 2029 is predominantly funded. So once we get to that waypoint, we do have the flexibility as things change and emerge that we can absolutely pivot. This is just our plan.
So
to
we'll
get there.
we'll get 1 megawatt of.
Mayor, I really, just a point of order. This is just not tenable to just have a
Well-
debate, an endless debate on something that we're just going around. And my guess
Yeah.
is it was already discussed at MSC, and we're just beating it into the ground. And I'm not going to be able to stay till midnight. We have a council policy that we don't take up anything substantive after 10 p.m., which is a good policy, and it's for good reason.
Well-
We have 16 members of the public here to comment on this item. This is self-indulgent. We need to hear from the public and move on.
Well, this is the capital improvement budget, and it's an important decision, and so
No question.
Let's try and keep our questions succinct, but if there are questions. One question I have, just as a follow-up, is, and then before I turn to Mr. Jones, can we sell, Mr. Cole's point presupposes that we can generate power and sell it as a commodity without incurring like when we purchase power, we pass on part of the cost or the cost to the consumer as part of our rate increases. Can we just, if we're not incurring costs to generate, can we just sell it as a commodity to residents?
We do export to the grid. It's hard to differentiate. In other words, when a resident is asking for power from our grid, it's hard to differentiate whether it's the solar or something else. But it does go back to our grid. So, it's yes and no. We're not selling it directly, but we are absolutely, that becomes energy that we have. That becomes part of our
Right.
system, and it does get back into the grid.
It goes into the grid, but we're, at some point, there will be more going into the grid, and so that commodity, the benefit of selling the commodity will shrink over time as more and more, presumably, more and more residents and municipalities sell into it. And so we will still have what I'd be concerned about is a stranded investment in the infrastructure with a commodity that we're not receiving as much money for. So just things to think about. Okay.
Mayor, for the PRHB appointment, I think that one council member has told me they asked to leave, and so I don't see this finishing till 11. So if it's okay, I'd let the applicants know that they could go home, and we'll just have to reschedule the PRHB appointments. Is that okay with you? Just, that's where we were at, because we're going to lose
I
a quorum.
recuse myself on that, and so I'm good
Just
with it
making
either
the
way.
announcement, if
Yeah.
there's anybody else who's waiting for the PRHB appointment process, it's not going to happen
Okay.
tonight, and we'll reschedule it.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
Mayor, and I won't belabor the point, but I agree with my colleagues on the solar discussion. Mr. Reyes, just for my understanding, have we identified all the possible feasible locations for municipal solar, or is that what the feasibility study will like?
The initial tranche has been identified in coordination with Public Works on city-owned buildings. The next phase that is going to be, whether it's over parking lots or some other area, those specific sites have not been identified. And again, part of that analysis would be looking at sort of bang for your buck, if you will, including what existing substructures exist and what sort of infrastructure in terms of conduits and connections exist to our existing grid and what upgrades would be needed. So all of that would be part of the study that we'd bring to MSC.
Okay, so that would come to MSC along with a funding plan or a path?
Well, the funding plan, again, I think that I stated at the outset, we don't have the funding plan, but we generally have 3 areas where we generate funds, and that's through rate increases, basically revenue coming in from our ratepayers, grants, and then bonds. And so we don't have all of that set, and we have it, again, as Lynn stated, for next fiscal year, money is allocated, and beyond that, as we get into some of the solar and battery, the funding has not been identified.
Okay. And then is the Rose Bowl one of the locations for municipal solar?
We've been working with the Rose Bowl, and what we know is there are some potential challenges with respect to how they operate and making sure that they have flexibility in terms of their space. We would certainly hope that we could go somewhere at the bowl down Brookside Park. There seems to be a lot of open space that we would hope to be able to capitalize on. We also think it would help the Rose Bowl offset some of their electric costs as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I think, and I've just got a couple of questions, but let me just give a comment. I think what I'm, and I may be incorrect about this, but in responding to Mr. Cole's comments, municipalities are limited in how much they can charge for service, cost recovery. And I think what I'm struggling with, Mr. Cole, and you can help me if I'm misinterpreting, but if our rates have to reflect the cost of the commodity and the services. I mean, municipalities cannot, my understanding is, go into business to make money from residents or anyone else. And so when we are successful in going solar or green, some sort of renewable green energy, 100%, presumably that will have an impact on our rates and hopefully bring rates down. I know that we're concerned about rates actually going up because of the cost to go solar. But assuming there are savings, we can't just keep them. I think those savings have to be reflected in the rates that we charge residents. And so the question is, how do we strike the balance? I mean, if, part of what we can use the savings for will be to service the debt for the infrastructure. But again, presumably there's some sort of savings there. Setting aside the social and issues associated with global warming. At some point, hopefully there's a pivot where we actually are saving money, and then we'll have to reflect that in the rates. That's
too
what I'm
bad
trying
that we'll have to actually lower rates. Yeah.
No. That's a good thing, but I think the question is, will we be able to lower rates and service the debt at the same time?
Once we've paid off the debt.
Well, there's still maintenance costs, yeah. Once we paid off the debt to maintain.
And those are actual costs, which we can pass on.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the question that I have is related to, I think on all of the questions that I had on electricity have been asked, but as it relates to, this is for rec and parks, Coco. So, it is true that we have renovated Robinson Park. Part of the reason we focused on Robinson Park is because of lack of investment over years and the dearth of playing fields as compared to, for example, the Arroyo or other parts of the city of green space in a very, very populated part of the city. So as the city grew more populated in Northwest, we failed to, or not we, but previous councils failed to invest in green space to accommodate for that, the growth there. And so we were trying to make up for that. But it's not correct to say that we've renovated and spent millions of dollars at Villa Park. That community center is actually in desperate need of renovation, but I don't see an item there. I mean, the extent of the renovation since the 1990s at Villa Park has been deferred maintenance, the field, and a resurfaced swimming pool, not a new swimming pool. And so my question is, yet at Memorial Park, we have millions of dollars that are being proposed for Memorial Park to do the clubhouse and to do improvements over $3 million, maybe close to $4 million. When are we going to see some investment at Villa Park? That community center is the most utilized community center in the entire city. It's in a very dense part of the city. And that community center hasn't had significant investment since the 1990s. And I don't see
Mayor Gordo, at this moment, the only project we have is for the kitchen at Villa Park, the community center. You are correct. The community center is one that could truly benefit from its own renovation and something we could look at in the coming year to bring forth. And as it relates to, I think you mentioned Memorial Park. I believe you intended to say Central Park.
Central Park, thank you.
Central Park. That's
I
right,
meant
from the
Central Park,
clubhouse.
thank you.
And that is a project that was adopted. It has gone through and the design is ready. It's just a matter of funding, which we're trying to figure out how best to fund that. But you are correct that yes, there's
Right.
$3 million approximately
But
for that
you know,
project.
Central Park, I mean, I'd like to see us renovate all of the parks and clubhouses. But Central Park doesn't get nearly the use that Villa Park and the community center there do. And so at a minimum, we should have a concurrent plan, and then we can make decisions as to, you know, which ones go first. But that's what I'm looking for, and when can we expect to see investment into the Villa Park Community Center?
We'll consult with the city manager's office to determine a timeline. It could be within the next CIP process. We bring that forth as an item for council's consideration and direction.
Okay, so I would like some thought and planning to be given to that.
Sure.
Because it's again, it's the most utilized community center and hasn't had that investment that's needed.
Be happy to, sir.
Above and beyond a resurfaced pool and one field.
Sure.
In a playground that was put in 2004 or something.
Appreciate
Okay.
that. We'll do.
Let's turn to public comment.
Okay, Claudia Funk, are you here? Great. Martha Zavala, I see, is here. Cynthia Kennedy, Sonia Burnt, Daniel Robinson, Wes Ruderman, Ellen Snortlin, Diane Morgan, Emily Fernandez, Sam Burnt, Mayung Soo Seok, and then I'll call some more after that. You have...
Ma'am, welcome. If you've heard your name and you're present in the chambers, please form a line so we can try and get through this as expeditiously as possible.
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for all of your very precise questioning this evening. We are in a climate emergency. You declared it. We've had a climate disaster, the Eaton Canyon wildfire, and we've experienced 2 115-degree days. And the Farmer's Almanac forecasts a very hot, dry summer to come. And I think Councilmember Cole made it clear what municipal solar and battery storage are. They are not only a way to achieve 100% carbon-free energy by 2030. They would be a profit-generating, city-owned internal asset, and one that would provide for energy security. They are a source of electricity to meet high demand, and high demand's going to continue. Don't think we're not suddenly going to need this electricity. And high demand, a source that's not dependent on outside transmission lines or an aging Glen Arm plant with an eternally busted turbine. We need municipal solar and storage as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha Zavala, followed by Cynthia Kennedy, then Sonia Burnt, then Daniel Robinson, and then Wes Ruderman.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Zavala?
Good evening. My name's Martha Zavala. I'm the Director of Advocacy from the League of Women Voters, and I just want to begin by recognizing all the leadership and the sustained work you have done to move Pasadena forward. I know the Public Works, I'm from county, has done a lot of work, but your leadership on climate and other community priorities reflects a strong commitment to the city's future livability. That's why we respectfully urge you to align your budget with your adopted priorities. We did notice that one of your priorities is housing, such as a year-round shelter and transitional facility, and I hadn't heard anything about that. We also recognize that we believe and support in the battery, expanding local solar and battery storage. One of the things that we look at is that probably delaying some action in these areas is not gonna make it any easier or cheaper to wrestle with these issues. The more you delay putting some of these measures forward, the less time you're gonna have. The one thing that you can't get hold of is time. I think we keep talking about those 4 years, and that part you won't get back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cynthia Kennedy, then Sonia Burnt, then Daniel Robinson, then Wes Ruderman.
Ms. Kennedy, welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I really have a great deal of respect and admiration for you as leaders. You have really stuck to your commitment to carbon-free electric power in your public statements, and this has been going on for several years now. I think we have to face the reality that there is a lot of resistance. It's just what we see over and over again. I don't really understand why, but it comes up over and over again. What we see, and Councilmember Madison mentioned it, is a constant tendency to resist, to not prioritize, even when expressly requested and directed by the council to do so. Look, we are facing a climate emergency. You are the guardians of our children's future. There's nothing more important. In December, I watched as council directed PWP to prioritize climate action and 4 other areas. Let's face facts, when they don't do it, when they simply don't do it at all, you have to ask what is going on here. I urge you to reject any CIP budget that does not actually respect the priorities that you set. It's very simple. Either you are our guardians, you are our fiduciaries, you are our elected representatives, and you're going to insist on your priorities, or you're not. Please remember the children. Remember that someday, when it's too hot for them to breathe, when it's uncomfortable, when the air conditioning is not working,
Ms. Kennedy, your time has expired.
and they will remember this day.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Sonia Burnt, followed by Daniel Robinson, then Wes Ruderman, then Ellen Snortland, then Diane Morgan.
Ms. Burnt, welcome.
Good evening. I'm uncertain where my concerns would logically fit, that with the capital improvement budget or with the operating budget. And out of an abundance of caution, I will submit comments on both items. Last December, staff was given 5 city council priorities, including investing in a year-round shelter and transitional housing for hundreds of unsheltered residents. Staff was told to find potential ways to fund the council's priorities. A year-round shelter and transitional housing appear nowhere in the proposed CIP budget. They're not even listed as future projects over the 5-year CIP program. What is the plan? Where is it? The transmittal letter states, quote, "Together, the initiatives outlined in the CIP represent a coordinated strategy to maintain essential infrastructure, improve public safety, and enhance the quality of life for Pasadena residents," unquote. But once again, staff has failed to address the safety and quality of life for hundreds of residents who endure life on the street. I've been appearing at budget hearings for 5 or 6 years, and it's always the same story, year after year after year. Staff ignores the needs of our most vulnerable residents, and a majority of the council passes a budget that leaves our most vulnerable folks out in the cold. When is it going to be their turn? Let this be the year that you finally address their most urgent needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Is Daniel Robinson here? If not, Wes Ruderman.
Mr. Ruderman, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Listening to the conversation this evening, I think one thing that really stood out, Councilmember Madison highlighted that we don't own a single solar facility over a city-owned property. 2.5 years ago, your colleagues in Glendale instructed their staff to develop a city-owned solar program. And that wasn't around the same timeline that the council gave very clear direction that we were going to go towards more clean energy. Last year, they did a ribbon cutting on their first major solar facility on the Central Library. If you go up to the Glendale Sports Center, the solar is going up as we speak. So I think the timelines we're talking about here, this isn't new technology. This isn't something other cities aren't doing. We have multiple school districts around us that are utilizing solar on also areas where students use as shade, and areas where spectators, my children, play sports. I really appreciate having solar canopies to sit under. It's multi-purpose, it's multi-benefit. Parks Director is looking at potential shade structures. Where possible, why don't we try to integrate those two things? So rather than paying $500,000 for a shade structure, pay a little bit more, also produce energy and provide shade for the community. On the transportation side, appreciate all the conversation about safety, speed humps, et cetera. I think we lack some of the basics. My kids have to walk in the street with 40-mile-per-hour traffic if we're going to walk or bike to school. There's just no alternative route really around that right now. And that, these are very simple things. If we want people to get around without a car, we need to make it feasible for them to do so. And it comes down to that last little stretch. If we're missing basic infrastructure, people aren't going to do it. And yeah, I really hope we'll take a look at the prioritization, because everything in the CIP is meaningful, and I think almost all of them are consistent with the general plan. I think that's not a discussion. It's about where do we put the dollars first. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Snortland, then Diane Morgan, then Emily Fernandez, Sam Burnt, Mayan Sue Siok, and then Mimi Fitzgerald. Go ahead.
I see Ms. Snorland here.
Okay. Diane?
Okay, yes. Thank you, dear Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Diane Morgan, and I'm a longtime Pasadena resident in District 1. And it came to my attention that the additional 50 megawatts of local storage did not make it into the budget, did not make it into the current version of PWP's CIP budget for 2027 through 2030. City Council has been very clear that this is a top priority. My neighbors and I are counting on this. We strongly support this energy transition. I'm a little frustrated that the additional 50 megawatts was removed, and I feel like I have watched PWP slow walk and resist the planning of carbon-free by 2030 for years now. Don't get me wrong, I do appreciate how incredibly complex the management, maintenance, and optimization of power and water for an entire city must be. But why are residents just now finding out that the 50 megawatts of local storage is being put on hold? PWP has known that this was all definitely coming since the resolution was passed in 2023. Mayor and council members, I urge you to please insist that PWP reallocate their budget to include both the additional 50 megawatts of local storage and the 20 megawatts of municipal solar in the CIP to meet the known deadline in 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Fernandez.
Thank you.
Followed by Sam Burnt, then Myung Soo Seok.
Yes.
And I think it's Sam Burt first.
Well, okay.
Sorry.
Is Emily online or?
No.
Okay. The proposed CIP is a proposal to fail to achieve the goals of Resolution 9977. Let me explain. The optimized strategic plan requires 20 megawatts of municipal solar and 75 megawatts of local storage. Regarding solar, the 18 megawatts aggregated solar project is entitled 4 megawatts in CIP Attachment A, so please update that accordingly. The CIP proposed all 20 megawatts of solar, yet only funded 3 megawatts through 2030, only 15% of what's needed. Yes, this new CIP includes $650K towards planning, but when compared to the total $90 million that's needed, this is a minuscule adjustment that flies in the face of the council's direction and is a plan to fail. Beyond that, even if full funding is allocated, 90% of required solar is scoped between FY29 and FY30. Today, PWP sees PUSD's 2-year solar plan as ambitious. Therefore, if we're to be successful, funding solar must be done in full in the FY27 and FY28 budget, and thus the planned proposal is a plan to fail. Regarding storage, staff has completely removed both the 25 megawatt Glenarm BESS and 50 megawatt Broadway BESS from the provided CIP Attachment A. Check it yourself. These surely need to be added back. The previous CIP proposal aggregated the Broadway storage project with approximately $280 million for redevelopment of the Broadway site. It's unclear if this is necessary, but is only 21% funded if it is. Indeed, PWP has requested a substantial amount of funds, yet what was chosen not to be funded was the baseline solar and storage needed to achieve the goal. These funds can and should be appropriately allocated. While history shows and this moment confirms that staff's plan might be to sow doubt and fail, it also shows that this council's plan is carbon-free by 2030, and so we urge you to deny the CIP and return back with 20 megawatts of solar and 50 of storage, 75 storage. Thank you.
Mr. Suk, Myung, welcome.
Hi, good evening, good night. My name is Myung-Soo Suk. I'm here representing Painters and Allied Trades District Council 36. We're the union that represents the workforce that actually does the professional installation of synthetic turf on the fields, in the parks, and other areas. We do this on a nationwide basis. District Council 36 represents all the projects that would be in state of California. I'm here mainly just to ask for our participation and the industry's participation on the synthetic turf question that's in front of you today. I know the immediate budget item pertains to 2 parks and what kind of turf that you'll be installing there. But I think from the council file and different letters and reports that I've seen, there seems to be a little bit of a hint at a discussion about a potential ban or a moratorium. I urge that if you are going to walk down that path of having that policy discussion that covers all of the city, that you do this in a very comprehensive manner, that you don't do this in just one committee meeting, only allowing a person like me that's representing the workforce or the industry only 2 minutes to represent our position and our opinion. Also, thank you so much for the suggestion of actually having the meeting at the park itself, where the impacted parents, student athletes, and other children that will be using the park could participate and understand. And I really hope that there would be an opportunity for the industry and the union to actually make a presentation rather than just a couple-minute public comment during that MSC meeting. Thank you very much.
Myung, you heard the conversation earlier where we're excuse me, we're essentially seeding the renovation of fields, but we're not making a determination one way or the other.
Yes, so what I'm suggesting is at the MSC meeting, when that is going to be discussed, please allow the union and the industry to make a presentation that is just, it's not just 2 minutes of sound bites that we could throw at you. We did send in a letter. Well, I'm thinking.
Yes, it got distributed.
And I know there were some coaches here earlier who also wanted to, but left, who also, youth sport coaches who also want to weigh in, and so we should reach out to them as well.
Mimi Fitzgerald, followed by
Fitzgerald.
Carlos Angels, followed by Daniel Robinson and Monica and Tom King.
Hi, I'm a longtime resident of Pasadena and very happy to be in Jess Rivas's district. I have seen a lot of meetings and a lot of talk, and I'm just here to reinforce all the times that people have lined up and said, you have made the commitment. We're very proud of the commitment for zero fossil fuels in by 2030, but we really need to do it with money, do the projects first that will get us the farthest, and, you know, putting lipstick on a pig isn't gonna help when we're burning up. That's mixed metaphors, but whatever. I just really want to.
Nothing's gonna help if we're burning up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Angels, no. Daniel Robinson, no. Monica, Tom King.
They're the coaches that left.
Yeah, they're the coaches that left. Then Daniel Powell, Alan Bear, and Terry Saucer, and then Yadi. But I think she left too.
I think Yadi left as well.
Mayor Gordo, City Council, and PWP General Manager Reyes. First of all, I'm very impressed by how serious you all are when you face this situation. But I want to take a little bit of different tact on this. I'm a Pasadena 100 volunteer. I live in District 7. My fellow volunteer Shane Smith and I hosted the first Solar Homes tour, and we're looking forward to doing tours in all your districts. So I hope you're looking forward to it as well. Pasadena 100 has been closely following the actions of council following your unanimous determination that we are facing a climate emergency. The culmination of the City Council's bold effort was the optimized strategic plan. Now, as important as the plan is it's critical to budget the funds so that the work gets done. Until the city builds the solar and battery systems they have promised, I assure you, Pasadena 100 will continue to stand alongside City Council to see that you finish what you started. And that's a promise.
Daniel Powell, are you here? No. Alan Bear? No. Let's go to Terry Saucer, who's online. Oh, sorry, Alan.
Hi, thanks for leaning into PWP this evening. Administrative building is spending, a PPA, power purchase agreement is spending, batteries are an investment. Jigger Shaw, the former loan program office director, said recently that 90% of electricity production being built currently, even during this administration, is solar energy. The reason for that is because it is the cheapest and best value, period. We're currently building 37 kilowatts of solar panels on our apartment building, making a total of 42, at $0 of capital expenditure of the city's money. So perhaps a little budget for outreach and education to other private parties could yield a good return on investment. The more batteries distributed about the city, the fewer transformers PWP has to replace, and that's money saved that can be put into production. The fire department might not like apartment buildings putting lots of batteries underneath our buildings, but a utility-grade battery storage at the Broadway plant may be the best return on investment that PWB could find. It will allow for purchase and storage of power at a negative price during the midday belly of the duck curve when power prices are negative, and selling them at retail during the evening peak. There's no need to wait for Goodrich upgrades because the grid in Goodrich are not used to capacity 24/7. Importing during non-peak hours to batteries enables larger import through the same bottleneck at Goodrich, so you don't have to wait. It strengthens the grid. It has a negative price, buying at a negative price and selling at a higher price in the evening is the widest margin you can possibly get. So why not focus on batteries first?
Sir, your time has
Then
expired.
focus on solar?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And Terry Saucer,
Terry Saucer.
she's online.
Oh,
Yep, go ahead.
Ms. Saucer, welcome.
Thank you so much. Yes, on behalf of a coalition of 60 organizations that support a ban on artificial turf installations and due to the harmful impact on human health, the environment, and wildlife, I urge you to vote no on replacing Robinson Park and Villa Park with more artificial turf. Major concerns include is the fossil fuel-based petrochemical plastic contributes to climate change from cradle to grave, contains multiple toxic chemicals, including PFAS and microplastics, known carcinogens, neurotoxins, and hormone disruptors. Children athletes play and are exposed via dermal absorption, inhalation, and ingestion, and children are mostly at risk due to they're still developing. Not only does plastic grass harm people, but it also pollutes air, water, soil. These chemicals can leach into your groundwater and drinking water and shed contaminants and microplastics into watersheds and oceans. A regulation field loses 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of microplastic blades annually, and studies show 12 to 15% of microplastics in our waterway and oceans are from artificial turf. And most importantly, too, it gets too hot. It can be 80 degrees hotter than air temperature, readily reach 180 or more. It can lead to thermal burns, heat stress, and create an urban heat island effect in the surrounding areas. Due to climate change, now is not the time to install hotter surfaces. It might even require water to cool it down. It does not save water, it contaminates your water. And because it's an impervious surface, it impedes stormwater capture, increasing the risk of flooding. And please don't forget, it's flammable. Nothing lives in plastic, it contributes to biodiversity loss, and it's not recyclable. The good news is there's a solution, nature-based solutions. Drought-tolerant natural grasses that are cheaper, use less water, can withstand playable hours needed, are safer and better. For the well-being of Pasadena families and children, please prioritize natural grass, plain fields. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That completes public comment on this matter.
Okay. And we are now called upon to.
What was your name?
Sir, if you'll step forward and just identify yourself for the record. I don't think we have a card for you. Maybe you can.
I give it to him. Yeah, Daniel Powell. I'm chairman of the non-board of the Pasadena Institute of Art, which grand opening is this coming Saturday, 5 to 10 at the old Chase Bank. I started taking over responsibility of payment on February 1st, and my first Pasadena Water and Power bill was $3,200. This is a building that's not occupied, and I couldn't figure that out. There's a $1,900 security deposit, which I couldn't understand either. I've owned property in different cities and states, and that's absurd and crazy, and I'd think of a few more adjectives if it wasn't such a late time. But I do think that when you have so much public comment, we should do it early in the evening so people aren't up near midnight. I'm going to be petitioning the department for, I've gone 2 or 3 times here at City Hall and asked how they can justify a $3,200 bill for 5 weeks of non-use. And then the second bill came at about $2,000. The actual usages are under $200 of actual service. So there's all sorts of fees and underground and overground and everything else. I will be putting solar on my property, and you will never hear from me again. But $3,200 is crazy talk. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we'll take your information, and staff will contact you.
I believe that completes public comment.
That does complete public comment. Okay, now we get to the point where we're called upon to make a motion, and adopt a CIP. There has been significant direction to staff. You know, all of these issues are important. You know, the basic job of a municipality is to make sure that when somebody flips the switch, the lights turn on. When you turn the faucet, water comes out of the faucet and then leaves your home, and public safety. And I think we've covered significant investment in all of them, in all of those areas, and then some, including parks. But those seem like easy tasks, but they're not. They're some of the more complex tasks that we undertake: water, power, sewer, public safety. And so we'll continue to make advances. With that,
motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And roll call.
Roll call. To close the public hearing, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yeah.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Unanimously approved.
And on the, Mr. Cole, on the motion?
I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation for the capital improvement program for fiscal year 27
Excuse
through
me,
31.
we were going to put it in segments.
Yes, okay. Yes, I forgot about all that.
So
which
we'll
part?
start with segment 3, which involves Councilmember Jones recusing. And that is the Lamanda Park Specific Plan Streetscapes and Median Island Concept. So Mr. Jones, do you want to make that brief statement and then you can step away from the camera?
Sure. I am recusing because I own rental property within the 500 feet of those two subject
Yes.
projects.
Thank you. So now a motion
I'll
is
move that
appropriate on
recommendation.
segment 3.
Second.
Segments.
So that we can do not by roll call, right, since he's out.
You still have to do it by roll call. He's participating in the meeting, but he stepped out, so
To
be
approve
safe, we should
this,
still.
to approve segment 3,
Still the
Councilmember
same
Cole?
meeting.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent due to recusal. Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is approved unanimously.
The next one involves segment 4, and that is Vice Mayor Rivas. It involves Mountain Street Electrical System Undergrounding Lake Avenue to Hill Avenue project.
I am recusing myself from this item for the reasons previously stated.
So Jones is in at 11.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
And Rivas out. Can I do roll call? Mayor?
Yes.
Roll call.
This is
On the merits.
segment 4?
Yes.
Segment 4. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas is absent due to recusal. Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Unanimously approved. Segment 4.
Next is segment 3, and that involves Mayor Gordo, and we are removing from that segment, and we'll put at the end, based on the information we had about his interest in property on Lake. So it's removing the Lake Avenue traffic and pedestrian safety enhancements from Mountain Street to Maple Street. But this portion would include Raymond Avenue electrical system undergrounding Maple Street to north city limits, Pasadena bicycle program, Greenway, Bike Boulevard implementation, Molino Quick Build, and all the others I named earlier for segment 3.
Okay,
Segment 1, I'm sorry.
Segment 1.
I will recuse
Second.
myself for all the reasons stated in the record earlier.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor runs the meeting.
Okay. A motion to approve.
Second.
For approving segment 1, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo is absent due to recusal. That is unanimously approved.
And the last one that involves a recusal, the mayor can stay out. And Councilmember Jones would also be recused. This involves segment 2, which is the citywide complete streets project number 75105. Mr. Jones?
I am recused from the reasons stated earlier.
Thank you.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Mr. Hampton, second.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to take it.
To approve segment 2, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent due to recusal. Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo is absent due to recusal, unanimously approved 6-0.
So the mayor and Councilmember Jones can return, and this is the final segment. And this includes all other portions of the CIP budget not included in the prior segments.
11.
No council members are required to recuse themselves from participating in the adoption of this final segment.
So, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation with the following changes. Number 1, that we are neutral as to whether we're going to use artificial or natural turf at Villa Park and Robinson Park. And when it comes to the electric budget, we ask that, let me clarify, Mr. Reyes. There's 2 megawatts funded this year and next year. When will the construction take place for the 2 megawatts?
We would hope at the end of fiscal year 27 would start.
Would start, so
we would hope, and then we'd go very quickly. It's not that complicated, but it could go faster, but that's what we think right now.
Okay. So my motion, and we can debate it, is that we add an additional 11.25 million to next fiscal year. Sources to be identified by our staff to add an additional 5 megawatts of municipal solar in fiscal year 28. Why 5? Because phase 1 of Glendale is 4.9 megawatts. And with 2 years of running room, I think we can match that. That would give us 7 megawatts toward the 20. I understand the nuances, the challenges to get to 20. So we've got 13 megawatts more to figure out in the next 2 years. But I think that makes clear that we're moving in the right direction. Where does that money come from? There are 3 sources. 1, you have money allocated for next year, and you can figure out where that gets allocated. 2, there are some projects that may lag in terms of construction, and that happens. And so you can move up this project to use that funding. And we have ample reserves that we are drawing upon to mitigate rate increases. And so moving that money around, especially because we don't know, we've generated more revenue than we estimated in both of the last 2 years. And so I think we can absorb that 11.25 million in next year's fiscal budget, but that is my second amendment to the staff recommendation. My third is in the spirit of what our city manager has said, that in the next 2 months, the Finance Committee, Municipal Services Committee, and other appropriate committees will get substantive discussion on the capital side of our 5 priorities besides of our other 4 priorities, right? So that, I'm sorry? No, I'm talking about that we're not done with capital until next year. That on the 4 other a homeless shelter, traffic safety. You don't fund them in the next 2 months, but we have discussions before we wait till next year's capital budget about the long-range challenge of those other 4 priorities. I think that's in the spirit of what you shared with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just note that they'll go to the appropriate council subcommittee, whatever that one might be.
That was what I say. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I said municipal and finance.
Well, because like
and MS.
HHPC might hear the year-round shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
I said and appropriate, yes.
Got it.
So that's my,
The year-round shelter was included in that?
Yes.
the other 4 priorities, yes, besides 100%
Second.
renewable.
I second.
I just, if I can just understand I'm not, so what I understood staff to say is that they would come back with the plan to essentially accomplish what you've described. And so you're putting it into the motion to approve today. I'm struggling with.
Which piece, you're talking about?
The renewable, yeah.
Right. I think we need to set a clear goal.
Well, no, I understand that.
And I think without funding, it's not a clear goal.
But we're not identifying the funding. I think
I have a lot of trust in our staff.
Yeah,
to
and so
identify the appropriate
I think I guess what I'm struggling with, Mr. Cole, is I would prefer to say to the staff, come back to us, not during the next CIP, but before, with a plan. We can always amend the CIP. I'm good either way, but, I'd like to give staff the flexibility to come back to us with a plan that we can then discuss and understand. And it doesn't need to be, we don't need to wait for the CIP process or budget of next year. We can certainly come back and always amend the CIP budget. But I do think we owe it to ourselves and to our constituents to have a plan that's outlined by staff that we can then respond to.
I would, I appreciate your,
I'm in the queue, Mayor, just FYI.
your comments, Mayor, and I'll just be brief on the plan.
Certainly.
I think we have a lot of plans.
Right.
And I think just to say that we're going to execute this.
Well, I
and
mean,
if-
a funding
If they
plan.
want, yeah, and if they want to come back to us with a funding plan and they say, you know what, you guys have given us a goal, and we just can't execute that, then that's fair to have that discussion, but I second the motion because I believe that we can figure out a way to come up with $11 million.
Again, I'm good either way. I just want to caution us that we don't have an identified, we're allocating dollars that we haven't identified is what I'm suggesting. And so I think that's the challenge. So we're not really allocating anything because nothing's there yet. I would prefer to have the dollars there, allocate them, and then appropriate them as we're able to complete projects. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not sure if you were talking about the third part of the motion. I agree, probably not necessary, but I'm indifferent about including it. But I did have a question about where are we on battery storage then? Are we not going to take any step tonight on that?
We've got 25 megawatt project going forward, and we need another 50. And I think that is part of the discussion that comes back before next CIP. So we are moving forward on battery now. The other 50 the other 75 is a huge lift. And I think in the next 2 months, we ought to be seeing a long-term plan for that.
Okay.
I don't want to wait on that 75 till next year.
Right.
But I don't think we can decide that tonight.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, we're putting in how much for how many megawatts next year?
2 megawatts this year and next year, right? That's what we were told. We can't get it done this year. We can only get started this year. And 5 additional megawatts on top of that 2 next year that we would build next year. So
So we'll be at 9.
We'll be at 7. 5 and 2 is 7.
I thought it was 5 on top of the 2.
Yes, that's,
The 2 for next year, which is 2 this year, 2 next year.
no, I think we're at
And 5
2,
more.
we're at 2 this year and next year, is that right?
Yes, and what I understood,
I wish it was
11.25 million to
I-
add 5 more.
I wish it was 4.
Yeah, we might want to carve off water and power and do everything else and then take some votes on it.
Okay. All right. I'll be happy to take everything besides water and power.
What's your concern?
I'm not satisfied with the numbers. I think we can do better, and I think I don't believe that it should take a year to get in 2 megawatts of solar. So I'm going to be a no on this, it sounds like. And I don't, it's not.
Okay, so motion to
certain
table the motion on,
Yeah.
that's pending.
Well, I think,
No, carve out water and power.
Just leave water and power out of the motion.
So let's carve it out. The rest of the CIP is now before us. I would like to include in that direction to staff to come back with renovation plans and investment at Villa Park because it's in desperate need of, that community center is in desperate need of renovation.
take that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
So there's an amendment to the current motion.
So I
water power's
have,
tabled and the rest of us.
Let's hear what it is.
I have approved the staff recommendation with the remaining projects. There's a neutral position on the artificial versus natural turf. That was the one thing that, and that's to be discussed at MSC at a later point. The 11.25 million is now off, and you guys are going to determine how to proceed with that. And then the substantive discussion on the remaining 4 other city council priorities in the coming months was a third part, when now it's the second part. So that's what I have for the motion.
And
And
direction
then also renovation plans for Villa Park. So that would be part 3.
to come back with a plan for the next CIP discussion.
Right. So this one is off. This is 2.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table. I moved to table it. We didn't get a second. You said you had a friendly amendment to it.
No,
No, there is a second.
his motion to table the.
Oh, you seconded my tabling motion?
No.
No.
He seconded Mr. Cole's.
We're carving out,
I'm just trying to follow the procedure. So who moved what?
Mr. Cole made the motion.
I
Mr.
understand
Hampton-
that. We're not
Mr.
talking
Hampton
about that.
seconded.
Yeah,
You then made a motion to table it. There was
Right.
no one who made a second.
correct.
But we agreed to take water and power out of the motion.
Right, but so what's the procedure that you're using to implement that?
I'm accepting a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, who made the friendly amendment?
You asked, Mr. Lyon
I
asked to take
carve
it out.
He
Okay,
accepted.
okay.
Yeah. Then I asked
and
for,
then
And the seconder accepts. Okay,
Yeah.
And then the mayor added in the renovation plan for Villa Park, and I believe that was accepted as well.
not to carve it out.
No.
To add it
to
for
add it.
staff to come back with a renovation plan for Villa Park.
Okay, and the maker and the second accepted that.
That's what I heard.
That's right.
Okay.
And just a point of clarification, we're pulling out the electric system portion, not water and power's portion.
Well, that's interesting. I had said all of water and power, but the problem's not on the water side.
Yes, that's my question is, are we pulling out both? Because there are individual sections in the CIP.
I'm fine with putting water back in, or we
Okay.
can do it in the next month.
I'll accept the water.
I'm good with water.
Yeah. So it's just the electric system section that we're talking about. It has the solar and the battery.
Got it.
If the makers of the motion are good with it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're clear as mud.
I'm good.
So we have a motion and a second. Roll call?
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Hampton? Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Mayor, if I could, just to clarify, when we said neutral, we mean we're not taking a position today. We're not delegating that to staff or
It's being
anything like
referred to
that.
MSC for discussion.
Got it, thank you.
And decision back here.
Right. Right. A recommendation, we're seeking a recommendation from MSC. Okay,
Now for the power.
Now the electric part.
now the electric.
Well, Mr. Lyon, I wasn't sure I would get 4 votes or 5 votes for my motion, so if you have a more ambitious motion, I'm not allergic to that.
It's not going to shock you.
Thank you.
Is it a possibility that we could get to 9 megawatts? I'm sorry, yeah.
It's the
So it's 4 this year and then 5 the following.
Yeah, but I was going to live with that, but I'm also not particularly comfortable with us trying to like carve out their whole multi-million-dollar budget for the next couple of years. What I'm saying is I'm not happy with the proposal that's before us and can't support it. I might have seen a path to supporting, putting some on next year and figuring it out, but probably not, honestly. I just, I'm not comfortable with what's before us.
Right, but I think some of the speakers said we should reject the budget, but we have to adopt a CIP. So now's the time. So what would you have?
Now's not the time. We have a long time before the fiscal year starts.
Oh, I
It
see.
can come back.
So you defer
Yeah,
and
so this is the night they've asked us to adopt it. We don't
Got
have
it.
to.
And what's the timeline for hearing back on the RFPs? Because isn't that kind of the big thing we're waiting for before you can make more concrete suggestions?
Yeah, my guess is it probably wouldn't be until right after the fiscal year, right after July is my guess. But what's been stated so far, and I know that it was just one motion by Councilmember Cole. Again, I want to be clear, what I heard was the 11.25 million, add that as specific funding and add an additional 5 megawatts to be done by FY '28. That's what I heard. And so I think the money, as Councilmember Cole has identified a couple of different funding sources that we would look at together with my staff, and we would be able to, I think, figure out what that looked like. And I do believe that the end of fiscal year '28 at this point in time would be ambitious. But I think once we got going, the reality is what we're talking about for the most part are canopies, and that technology for solar panels exist. But it's a plan, and that's what we're asking you to adopt. And oftentimes our CIPs, they don't get built exactly on time. We have to carry over. Sometimes they get built faster. And so if you're asking me to commit to saying that we would do the additional 5 megawatts plus the 2 by '28, I would say yes. If it's the 2 plus the 4 plus 4 plus 5 by '28, I don't want to commit to that now. I don't want to set our department up for failure or public expectation too broadly. But I think that, I know there's only a motion and not a second yet, but so I'll wait.
I see. Let me make a suggestion. I mean, clearly, the staff has a plan for the 2 and then to come back to add it more in '27. Let's approve that. We can always amend the budget, and maybe we set we have a mid-year budget review for the operational budget. We can do the same for the CIP, or even before that, when the staff's ready to come back, whether it's July or August. What I want is a thoughtful plan that is actually before us. And so I think we ought to give staff direction and then be prepared to amend the CIP, which we can do at any point in time. We're not limited. This is not like the general plan where we're limited to amendments to once or twice a year. We can amend it at any point that we want to. And so we can set a date certain. Let's, come back and ask the staff to come back to us, within, by the end of the fiscal year or
If I could
before the end of the
sorry to
fiscal
interrupt,
year,
but it sounds
shortly
like
thereafter.
a logical time to tie it to, regardless, is to have a check-in when we
Yeah.
hear back on the RFPs.
Yeah, that would be
But Mayor, doesn't that cut both ways? Shouldn't we ask staff to be more aspirational and then come back on an amendment to reduce?
Absolutely.
Let's do that then.
I mean, to say, look, this is what we'd like to see, but doing it now, just when we don't have a plan before us that we can respond to, just doesn't necessarily feel right. I would prefer to say, give direction, and you're right, let's be aspirational about it. And what does that look like? but put a plan before us that we can vote on and understand and vote on.
Well, we voted on a resolution without a plan.
Yeah, that,
And
here we are.
yeah, and we're here, and I think now we have to just move forward with that. And
Yeah, I'm not
look
suggesting.
where we're at with our resolution without the plan. We've gotten a series of plans that came out of that, and I think having not a goal, but the council saying, you know, this is the amount of megawatts that we want to have behind it to say, you know what?
Yeah.
It's got a motion in a second. I say we call the question.
And then-
it doesn't have the support, it doesn't have the support, and we just
And come back with.
whatever you're, yeah.
So, both Councilmember Madison and the mayor have made good points, as well as Mr. Lyon. And I understand. We like to have things nailed down, and that's a good idea. But the reason I made the motion and the reason that I want to continue to argue for it is that we're talking about $1 billion. That's what we're going to be spending over the next 4 fiscal years, $1 billion. That's what's the plan. We're being, if the motion passes, we have allocated, we don't have all the funding nailed down, but we have approved $1 billion of spending over the next 4 years. That's what the motion, that's what the staff is recommending, is that we approve $1 billion worth of spending for just the electric system, just the electric system. And I'm saying in that $1 billion, we can find 11 million. And I don't think that's irresponsible. I don't think that's jumping off a cliff. I don't think that's going blind. I would like to leave tonight giving the staff clear direction that at least an additional 5 megawatts of municipal solar is feasible. Once they've got the RFP, take a look, build that 2 megawatts, and then look at Glendale, which has been able to put 4.9 million out on the street already. It's there, operating today. And if we can't get that within 2 calendar years, if 25 months from now we can't add another 5, I don't know what we're doing here. So I respect if people want to vote no, and if the motion fails, the motion fails. But I would like to leave here tonight with clear direction that out of that $1 billion we're committing to tonight, that we're allocating an additional 11.25 million so that we can get at least 5 more megawatts within the next 25 months. So that's the motion, and we call the roll and see how it goes.
Well, but I thought that what Councilmember Lyon was saying is we should be more ambitious.
I said at least. I said at least.
Okay.
I would be happy to be more ambitious, as I said earlier, but I'd like to at least walk away tonight that we can at least match Glendale.
Or at least surpass Glendale.
Yes.
That's the goal.
We'll surpass Glendale.
That's the.
So I call the question, and we'll see what the vote is.
Yeah, I second. Yeah.
And that's the, to commit to 11.25 million to add an additional at least 5 megawatts of solar to FY 2028 CIP budget. That's
Correct.
that's what you've asked for and seconded.
Not this year, but next year.
FY 2028.
Which will
Should
give
I
us
do
a
the
total
roll?
of 7.
And then is the check-in still happening?
Every quarter.
Yeah, I mean, we do a check-in and see, I mean, look, it's a budget, it's a plan. And so, you know, to borrow from Churchill, no plan seems to meet first contact with reality. And so we can check in and see if our plan is going to meet first contact with reality. And so we'll schedule that check-in.
Does that cover the whole electrical system? Approval?
Okay. Roll call?
And this is for the whole electrical system.
Again, the purpose of, I'm very sympathetic to my colleague about, but they're actually going to start right now, moving forward to spend this $112 million.
You might have 5 votes.
starting
but
July
if you
1st.
speak a lot more. It might turn to, no.
Fair enough. Okay. I called the question.
Okay,
It's a plan. It's a budget. It's a plan. Let's see if it
here's the
needs-
vote on the motion. Councilmember Cole?
survives, I should say.
Yes. Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
No.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? No. Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
See?
Mayor Gordo?
Yes. That's, and
That
we'll-
is
we'll check
6
in
in
and-
favor, 2 against. The motion passes.
And the check-in, we'll check in, I think a good time to check in is after the RFP
Right after the
responses.
RFP, which we may be
Yeah.
able to be more ambitious
Yeah.
sooner, which we're all hoping for.
And see if it survives first contact with reality. Survives, I didn't.
So the bad, Mayor?
Motion to open up the operating budget.
So we're gonna move to just open the operating budget. This is the time and place for this is item 12 for the public. This is the time and place for the public hearing on city manager's recommended operating budget for fiscal year 2027. On April 16, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. For item 12, the city clerk's office received 1 letter advocating for high-density neighborhoods for financial net positive in the city, and then 2 letters advocating for year-round shelter in the city. Those letters were distributed to the council, posted online, are part of the record for this item.
Yeah.
And there's a quick budget presentation.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and this is, again, this is the opening of the operational, and then we'll, it's a kickoff essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There are speaker cards.
How many speaker cards do we have?
We have 4, but I'm not sure how many people are left.
Why don't we, let's take them, yeah, let's,
Scott and Michelle Warwick here? No. Sonia, come on up. Sonia Burnt, and then Bert Newton, I think, left. And then P.A. Brown, I don't see. Go ahead, Sonia.
May I have 2.5 minutes, please?
She's asking.
Yes, I mean, it's the mayor.
Staff presents you with yet another grossly deficient operating budget. The transmittal letter states the proposed budget prioritizes essential services and aligns limited resources with the community's highest priorities. Whose priorities? Not the city council's expressed priorities. A year-round shelter and transitional housing appear nowhere in the proposed budget. And staff's answer to the increase in unsheltered homelessness in our city? To decrease the housing department's general fund budget to a pathetic 0.69% of total general fund appropriations to departments. The letter further states, quote, without adjustments to service levels, staffing, or long-term financial strategies, the gap between revenues and expenditures will continue to expand, unquote. And yet the PPD's general fund appropriations have increased by $9 million over last year's revised budget, with a $9 million increase in personnel costs. What does that tell you? The year after year, steep increases in salary and pension costs are unsustainable. And your continued approval of every single piece of equipment that PPD asks you to fund at the expense of people suffering on the street has to stop. For example, at page 143, quote, the purchase of new mobile data computers allows officers to complete administrative work in the field that previously required a trip to the police station, unquote. Instead of funding basic shelter, this council approved $2.1 million of the extra revenue from last year to replace laptop computers in patrol cars so officers would not have to go back to the office to complete their paperwork. Start your search for budget cuts with PPD, which receives over $121 million from the general fund. If you provided housing for our unsheltered residents, you would decrease calls for service and could downsize the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Yadi?
I was so sad that I had to leave and I couldn't give my comment for the CIP, but I'm glad that I am able to comment on the operating budget. I echo Sonia's sentiments, and I look at the budget and I see that there's 3 line items for the police department, for a real-time intelligence platform, a DFR, and then some other nebulous software platform. These have never come before any committee or commission, and you guys are going to be approving several $1 million, and I really don't understand. In your opinion, is this what you define as good governance, of basically shoving extra surveillance down our throats, when this weekend Senator Perez was talking about defending our privacy, pushing back on fusion centers? The Secretary of State said that she's suing the federal administration to protect the privacy of voter rolls, and the Attorney General is fighting to protect our information like Medicare data. But here, you guys are trying to secretly slip in a bunch of different privacy invasive surveillance equipment without our input or our consent. It's really astounding. And what's even more astounding is that we parade our health department like, in the old-timey days when a father would have a photo with his beautiful family, and it was all for show. And the health department, who was there for us during the Eaton fire, who was there for us during the pandemic, and they're being defunded. Those are the things that we need to invest in. It's public safety and health. It is health and housing, not more surveillance.
Thank you, Yadi.
That completes public comment on this item.
So the operation, is there anything we want to highlight in the operation budget that we should know? But we are kicking it off and sending it off to committee.
Who's on the phone? Oh, PA Brown is on the phone. I apologize, Mayor. Are you there? PA Brown, are you there? Nope. Okay.
Wait, unmuted just now.
Nice. We cannot hear you.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Good, thank you. PA Brown from District 6. Just want to thank the city staff for the operating budget information. I would say one thing that wasn't really clear is what the city staff proposed to deprioritize, because I think, Mayor Gordo, you expressed it well. There are certain functions of the city that are critical: public safety, energy, water, sanitation, housing, equity, transport. But, there are things that perhaps the city doesn't need to be doing, or could be relying a bit more on NGO partners to pick up some of the burden. So I would just suggest that as the committees look into the budget, maybe they can ask the city staff, what would they suggest deprioritizing? Or maybe former city manager Marquez, in his copious free time now, could make some suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment on this item.
And
I think maybe that misses the point of retirement, but
yeah, and I would
it's a nice
just
suggestion.
And I would just note, Mayor, that while the 3 police technology projects that were mentioned, they're on the unfunded list, I have not recommended funding for those projects in the budget. So while PD has put them on the list, and you guys can certainly talk about it when PD presents, they're not funded in this budget.
Yeah, okay.
We just need a motion to continue this to the next meeting, May 11th at 6 p.m. Mr. Hampton, seconded by Mr. Lyon. Should I do the roll call, Mayor?
Please.
To continue it, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Okay. The public hearing is continued to next week at 6 PM.
Including asking Miguel to come out of retirement for free. For free. Okay. With that,
We will reschedule item 13 for another meeting.
yes, item 13 will be rescheduled. For the public to understand our operations budget process, we open the operation budget here tonight, meaning the time for public comment, and we send it to committees with jurisdiction or various departments. And there will be opportunity for the public to comment. I encourage people to follow this, look on the website for the schedule of when the departments that they're interested in will appear before the various committees, I should say, of the council for public discourse and debate. Okay, thank you all. And we are adjourning at Mr. Hampton's request for resident Gene St. Juice, who contributed to the betterment of our city and our community.